the Kingdom Hearts thing, because that's exactly when I walked into it.
Oh my
I started
God,
watching it,
that was
and
so
the first
funny.
thing he said, I was like, what?
Welcome to bonus content.
Hey.
It's good that Nabishin already mentioned Kingdom Hearts, just as like a foreshadowing of what's to come later, Jarrett.
The fucking dark cloud is forming.
I'm Alex.
No, that's a video game.
No, that's a fucking video
Ouch.
game. I'm Alex. Tony and Nabishin are here as always.
Hey.
Scott's going to be here in a little bit, and our guests Jacob and Jarrett are here. The double J, the double entendre J's.
Ugh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't piss me off.
We've hyped this up. I'll have you know. The hashtag reunion.
Definitely more than it needed to be. Definitely.
You know, I just like disappointing as many people as possible.
Yeah.
Jarrett, is talking about killing Scott live on camera. If he starts talking about Kingdom Hearts, of course. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be good. But this is bonus content. We'll get to the good part later.
Yeah, this is 30 minutes of trash.
It's hot fucking garbage. How's everybody doing? How's life, Nabishin?
Skip.
Skip. Okay, skip you. I'll start. This week has been another reminder of my upsettingly obsessive nature about the dumbest of things, and I hope Jarrett knows where this is going. I feel like Jarrett, you're the only one that reads my tweets at 4 o'clock in the morning. So
Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Why is that there for me at 4 o'clock in the morning?
as some of you may know, I think I've talked about it on the show before. I am a fan of the Twilight series of books.
Oh God.
Jacob also knows where this is going now. So, and I'm not fucking super outspoken about it. All right, I don't bring it up in casual
You're a closet
conversation. I don't have a second podcast where I just talk about it or anything. That's not.
Can you imagine a Twilight cast? And it's not about the
Pretty
movies,
good.
it's about the books.
It's about the books. Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't even watch the last movie, the fifth one.
Did it stray too far from the books for you?
No, it was just I wasn't a big fan of the final book. I like the first three quite a bit, but
I bet you did.
whatever, Jacob. You and I are the fucking guilty pleasure
Yeah, I know.
aficionados.
Look, I'm all about angst, but that's a bridge I can't cross.
I crossed the
And
Angst
guess
Bridge.
what? That bridge is over troubled fucking water, too.
Yeah, it is.
I crossed the Angst Bridge right into fucking romance, dirty fucking soppy, gross teen romance, like real quickly. That is a bridge I can cross, rickety or otherwise. Anyway, there was a new one that came out this week, which in my even most delirious fantasies I would never have imagined would happen, which is like upsetting and also like gratifying at the same time. Stephanie Meyer put out like a gender swap version of the first Twilight book called Twilight Reimagined. I'm sure Jacob probably wrote a news story on this.
I didn't, but I saw stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a gender swap of pretty much everybody in the cast, but it's the whole first book rewritten from the male perspective with a lady vampire, vampress, if I may.
You may
like,
You may not permitted.
You for sure can't. Yeah, that's like literally all I've ever wanted. So, so I've been pretty happy this week. Also, I've like just sat in my bed listening to the audiobook, just like doing nothing else. So
In the dark, please. In the
yeah,
dark.
absolutely in the dark.
Okay.
There are no windows in this room that I'm staying in. So, yeah, it's been a rough week. All I want to do is just continue doing that. So,
God.
I know what I'm gonna do after this podcast.
That's almost weird to me. A room with no windows. That just popped in my head. Like, I
This
don't
was
think I've ever
clearly-
sat like that.
This was clearly like an office before it was converted to a bedroom.
Sure.
So it makes sense, like when you like see the layout of the house, but when you're just in the room for extended periods of time, you're like, man, it's a little dingy in here. There's no light
Yeah.
ever. But yeah, that's just a dream come true for me. It's like I compare it to like how I get into visual novels because like when I get into something fictional, like I'm gonna lose myself to it. Like when I was playing Danganronpa, it's pretty much like that where I would just wake up and keep going with it, and that's all I think about anytime I'm not doing it, and it's so much so to the point where I get depressed at how obsessed I'm getting. Um, so yeah, there's a little peek into the sadness that is my reality.
Oh God.
But you know, I enjoy it, so I'm having a good time. That's what matters, right? Right, Jacob?
Yeah. At a certain point.
But yeah, that was pretty much my week. I had the week off, so because I took time off because I was initially going to go to New York Comic Con, but that didn't happen. So I pretty much scheduled like the Tuesday through or Wednesday through Sunday off. So I had the week off, and I called out of work sick on Tuesday because I had worked like 9 days in a row, and I was just everything was starting to catch up to me. I felt really bad. I don't feel good about calling out of work at my current job just because I like it that much. But I was just, man, I was at the end of my rope. It's been nice to have a little bit of time off. It's weird, like going from working a whole bunch to going back to how I was for 2 years, though. Because, man, I've just been doing nothing productive. And it's kind of great, but I'm excited to get back into it.
Does your job not ask for like a doctor's note or whatever, or do you got like Gerald's father thing where you like, oh, I have like a whole like drawer of them, I just write my name in it and here you go, or something like that?
I mean, like that's not necessarily false, but no, that my
Man, that's a deep cut. I don't know why that popped in my head.
that was a very deep cut. I'm glad that I got it too. That's like my job is specifically very chill about it. If I were to like be sick multiple times a lot, you know, they would, instead of like being like, well, you need to fucking shape up, they would probably ask like, are you okay?
Get your
Something
goddamn life together.
So yeah, they have a very great policy. Yeah, it was just kind of like I was a little overwhelmed by a whole bunch of stuff, both physically and emotionally. And then a new Twilight book came out, so it was just the emotional train just never stopped.
Yeah.
So
Some might say it picked up speed.
some might say it picked up speed.
It's careening directly into a wall.
It crashed into a brick wall. But you know what? I'm not ashamed of the shit that I like. So I am a little ashamed that I waited to start an Audible free trial account for the moment where I knew I needed an audiobook as soon as it came out, and this was it. So that's a little shameful.
That's beautiful.
But here we are, obsessively compulsing losing sleep later. So how are you guys, Jacob, Jarrett? You guys are on. Jarrett, how's life been treating you, man?
It's been okay. I've been actively conditioning my beard.
Okay. That was not the first line that I expected. So it's like super.
It's like getting there. Because I realized, like, I always don't, because I always, like, tell myself I'm just not going to continue to, like, grow this thing. I'm just going to, like, cut it and get it over with. Then I never do, because I'm lazy.
Yeah.
So if it's going to stay on my face, I have, like, really coarse hair. So the longer it gets, like, the more, like, knotty it gets, and then it fucks with my face. So I have to do something about this. So I bought some sweet conditioner and, like, shampoo. I have, like, a regimen now.
A beard regimen.
That is a great image of just you, like, you know, doing your
Yeah,
shower
right?
thing, and then, like, you just, like, grease up the whole beard.
Gotta get in there. Gotta lather it.
Yeah, absolutely. Get, like, finger combs through it. Like,
Right.
Yeah, see, when you first said you were conditioning your beard, I thought you meant like you were training it.
Oh, like I was like putting
Yeah.
it through paces, like it was out in the
Like
jungle,
training.
like kicking trees over and shit.
Yeah, chasing chickens and working out in a barn and stuff.
like you were conditioning to drool anytime you ring a bell or some shit. Like,
I
don't
wish.
know.
That's next step.
That's fair. I did. That was an image in my head as well, Jacob. So you're not
Okay,
completely
good.
crazy.
Good.
Nah, you are definitely completely great.
Yeah,
It's
but I
not
mean, like,
false.
that's a greater issue. It's been a while since you were on, Jarrett, which made me sad. Last week I was thinking, I was like, man, we should have Jarrett on again. And then, like, somehow it just rolled into a double feature. And
Because I just disappeared. I just showed up and was like, "Oh, guys, remember when I was on once?"
I got real
Guilt trip
excited.
you. I guilt trip you, which is what I'm best at.
Which is funny because I figured you were too busy hanging out with fucking in the Playboy Mansion
Yeah,
with like
let's
Ron Perlman and shit.
let's talk about this, Jacob. For people
Yeah.
who don't know, you moved to Los Angeles
I did.
in August.
Mm-hmm.
You work for the website Variety
Yes, the website and the magazine.
and the magazine. Have you been published in the magazine?
I have
Awesome.
small stuff, just small. I actually wrote a couple things about. I'm doing like every 2 weeks writing about video games that are coming out. Like I just picked two that I want to like. I write like 50 to 100 words. Just be like, here's what it's about. It's coming out this day. You should check it out because it's cool.
Did you push for that feature, or did you?
They had been kind of doing it, but like Variety's like is kind of wanting to get into more like light game coverage. Obviously, it's not like what most of the people there do, but or read about. But they want to start covering it more because it's obviously
It's getting big, yeah.
it's getting big and bigger and bigger. So they're like, yeah. I was like, I know about games a bit.
You've written
So-
for a very well-respected gaming publication before.
Yeah, I pulled out Irrational Passions, my pedigree.
They were like, "Oh shit, you mean Alex O'Neill? Your editor?"
Alex O'Neill, and then somebody just yells, "Irrational Passion!"
It was actually Greg Miller.
It was actually Greg Miller. Yeah, somewhere in Los Angeles. I mean, probably. No, I got to write your reference for that position.
Good.
I was very proud of you when you got it.
Some might say that you got me a job.
I'm for sure. I was very glowing in my
I bet.
reference. That's for sure.
You were like, I was very glowing, but then I also had to let them know that it was a voluntary position, and I was like, yeah.
I mean, I don't think I mentioned that in my reference. So
No, thank
we'll
God.
see. But you got it. You've been fucking living the rock star life.
It's been fun, yeah. I get to go to a lot of like premieres and talk to famous people, which can be fun. And I got to go to the Playboy Mansion the second week at work for a party.
Yeah, those were some great photos to see.
Yeah, it was funny. It was ridiculous. I went and saw one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. Transporter Refueled. They
That didn't
obviously,
even sound like a good movie.
Yeah, it
No.
sounds terrible.
they obviously only had it there so people would go and cover it. Like none of the press was like, we would not have gone to this if it wasn't at the Playboy Mansion.
I do want to read a text message that you sent Jarrett and I. I said, I was asking if we wanted to play some Battlefront. I think this was Thursday night. And you responded with, "Ugh, I'm covering the Steve Jobs premiere. Carpenter movie won't be over till 9:30 here." And it's all prefaced with the word "ugh," like your
Yeah.
life is so difficult.
Fuck myself.
Look, I get jaded quick. Like I look and be like, well, there's no free food afterwards. Usually there's something, I'm poor out here. I need my sustenance.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, you get jaded quick. That means I trained you well, I feel like.
yeah,
I
and then like
prepared you for this life.
there's always free alcohol afterwards, and I went up and I was like, what kind of beer do you got? And they're like, well, this is a Heineken sponsored event, so only Heineken. And I was like, fucking kidding me? Just give me some fucking
Get
rum.
me the fuck
then.
out of here. Man, whatever. I'd drink free Heineken.
I did. I mean, I did, but
But you weren't happy about it.
variety's the spice of life.
Yeah. So, like, how's it been, man?
It's been awesome. I love it. It's totally awesome.
Is this the life that you've always wanted?
I mean, it would be nice if I got a little more money for it, but
Yeah.
entry level. But like, yeah, it's like I get to write about movies and TV and a bit of video games and just the dumbest shit ever. Like I wrote a story about earlier this week about the Jaws 19 trailer that Universal released, kind of like another Back to the Future spoof.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid trailer, but I was like, I just spent 30 minutes of my workday writing about Jaws 19 and all the other fake Jaws that were in between the real Jaws and this other fake one. It was great.
Yeah, that is pretty good. Like, I've definitely... It's been cool. You have a variety Twitter as well.
I do. I wanted to just continue using my main Twitter, but I was like, it just doesn't sound very professional.
Jacob B41.
Yeah.
You can always
Nah.
change your Twitter handle.
I thought I couldn't do that.
You can.
No, you definitely can.
Well, everyone at work lied to me then.
They did.
It was too much. I just like I created the new one. It was like Variety Jacob. It was so prestigious. And then I was like, I have to follow everyone again. And then nope, not gonna do it. So it's just been dormant.
Well, now that you know,
all
you can just change shit. Delete this old one. Get
Yeah,
up with
you can just delete that account and then change your Twitter to Jacob Bryan or Jacob BB, whatever you want.
BB.
Then you can tweet yourself and like on the train. I'm on the train.
Jacob Baps.
There's no trains, no public transportation. Which
How
is
is Los
There
Angeles?
are definitely buses in Los Angeles. I've been to Los
no.
Angeles.
Yeah, I know, but like not conveniently placed around. Oh well, no buses are ever good buses.
Uber?
Uber's great, but man, that gets expensive.
Yeah, expensive, man.
It's real expensive.
Is Los Angeles really the worst place ever?
No, it's not that bad. I mean, it's always nice.
Okay.
Weather though. I mean, look at all that sunshine. Always.
It's true. It is.
It's rained once here, and people lose their goddamn mind.
Well, to be fair, California is going through a severe drought.
No, that's fair. Also, the stars. Like, I never, I'm from Nebraska, so like I always look and be like, oh, there's stars, not a big deal. And here, someone sees like 5 or 6 stars, and they're like, Jesus Christ, look at the heavens.
The gods are shining down upon us. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I think it is really cool that because you always talked about being like in the middle of fucking nowhere, Nebraska, and now you are in the middle of fucking everywhere in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So.
It's fun. It's a good time. Everyone should come and visit.
I am planning to visit early in 2016. This
Good.
is a real thing.
Good, do it. We'll go hang out. I'll take you to a premiere if I have one.
It's gonna be sexy. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna give you fair warning.
Okay, well, I'll be sure to saran wrap everything so it doesn't get all moist.
Scott, you're here now. We're still in bonus.
Indeed, I am. Sorry about that.
Was the pizza worth it?
No,
Pizza's always good.
That's the
Not-
best part.
it wasn't.
It wasn't
Not
very good
at all.
pizza.
Not in fucking Maryland.
Even the
Hey,
worst
whoa.
pizza's always worth it.
I take offense to that.
Yeah.
Man, we got Three Brothers Pizza. That shit's good.
It's pretty good pizza.
So you come up here, we'll go find some fucking pizza.
Well, I'm not saying it's better than New York or New Jersey. but-
You text Sean Pitts right now and ask him where the fucking good pizza is. He's gonna be like, probably New Jersey or New York.
Yeah, it's true.
So
he
ask him
actually
if there's
said that
good
last
pizza in
week.
Maryland. He's gonna be like, get the fuck out of here with that.
Maybe having 2 New Jersey boys like back to back on was a terrible idea.
Maybe.
maybe this.
In fact, I'm gonna find Sean Pitts and be like, we need to make a shit on Alex and Maryland pizza podcast.
And he'll tell you, well, we have to record it from my room because I don't know how to do anything
I
else.
can actually go and find him.
Yeah, he's probably like next door. No, he's in New York right now. He's at Comic-Con, so. Are you gonna cover any events, Jacob?
Like what kind of like big events or I don't know. They sent someone. I didn't get to go, but Variety is covering New York Comic Con currently. Someone who sits like the other person I like talk about Flash and Arrow with got to go, and I was just like, I'll stay here, I guess.
Oh.
No.
Sorry, that means you could be on this podcast, so
Yeah,
it worked out. The dream is alive.
yeah. This is the dream.
This is the dream. Cool. Scott, are you all set up? Just asking ahead of time.
I still have to do my sound check, and by
Yeah.
still have to do it, I mean I just did it.
Okay.
All right, let's see if I'm good.
Yeah, are you good? Let's find out. Take a moment.
Yeah, I'm good.
This is my knee. Don't think it's like some weird,
Yeah.
like, knobbly thing.
It
Why does it
is-
look like a potato?
It is knobbly.
Alex, do you have something to tell us?
Like, I got this fucking scratch on my knee, though, from Gus. So let me tell you about my cat, Scott. I'm going to tell you about Gus. I'm staying at my aunt's house with my cat, because God knows someone has to look after him while my brother's, like, away on business in California. I'm in the basement, right? And there's a door sealing the basement off from upstairs. Upstairs is where my aunt's cat, Tango, is. Tango Unchained, as my brother calls it.
Oh God.
He is pretty fucking crazy. I don't know if he's as crazy as the title Tango Unchained deserves. But anyway, so he'll sit by the door. My aunt was away on vacation. So I've been like going up there to feed the other cat and like just make sure the house is okay, then coming back down, and like he is waiting by the door. I'm like, Gus, you've never been allowed up here, and you never will be. And then, so like, I'll try to like move him out of the way with my foot. He'll just start hissing and just like attack my leg and just start clawing at my jeans. And one day I had to move him out of the way, and I was wearing like shorts, and he fucking clawed up my knee like a goddamn savage monster. He's making me feel like the evil stepsister from fucking Cinderella, step-aunt sister, whichever one.
Wouldn't Gus be the evil stepsister?
I don't know. It probably, now that you mentioned it, Scott, I think Gus is just full of hate because I won't let him go upstairs. But yeah, that's... Anyway, how's your week been, Scott?
Pretty boring. Bunch of school stuff.
Uh-huh. I did that too.
Yeah.
I did
Got it.
school stuff too.
Jacob, you're a bachelor now. You don't have to do schools.
I am a bachelor of journalism. Yes, this is true.
Yeah.
I'm done with the schools.
A Nebraskan bachelor, as they say.
Yeah, one of the most sought after. Even less say.
Have you switched from soda to or pop to soda yet?
No.
Okay.
I'm a pop guy through and through.
I feel like if you did that in LA, people would make fun of you.
They have before. That's already happened.
All right. Good to know. Maybe they'll break it out of you as you become more jaded and more Los Angeles.
Never.
We've definitely, it's definitely happened. I've watched it happen.
Yeah. Tony, how about you, man? How's your week?
It's been like a bunch of school.
Yeah.
Being
Go
sick
on.
on Wednesday, which is when I had my lab, which is like the worst because you have to reschedule lab and a whole bunch of other stuff, and it's just a bad time for everyone involved.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, well, being sick, that's I very, very, very rarely get sick.
It's like once every
So,
3 years with you. I
Yeah,
think.
and it's like really bad.
Yeah.
So I like woke up. I have to get up on Wednesday. I have to be at school at like 8 o'clock. So that's when my first class starts. So I get up and I'm in the shower and I'm like almost throwing up in the shower, and then that's no fun.
No, not at all.
So I got out of the shower and I like kind of half got dressed, and then I went up and I was like, hey, I'm not going to class. And then I went to sleep for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
It was
That
not a
sounds
good
like
time.
deal. I mean, I went to bed last night, and then I woke up at 3 a.m. And then I just dawdled around listening to an audiobook. Then I went back to bed at 7 in the morning, and then I woke up at 6 today.
Which audiobook?
We already discussed this, Scott.
Hey. I want
It
to
has
know.
to, it has to do with vampires
It has to do with vampires.
Love.
And love.
and love and
Teenage-
sparkly
Teenage drama,
vampires.
sparkly, sparkles.
You son of a bitch.
Scott, they released Twilight Reimagined, alright? It's a gender swap version of Twilight. You can't imagine how good this makes me feel on the inside.
I don't want to, okay?
That's true. Don't fucking judge me, alright?
I will.
Come at me, Scrub Lord.
Incorrect, sir. I will indeed judge you.
Yeah, come at me, Scrub Lord. I'm sparkly.
Oh, Lord.
Now, you're feeling better now, I assume, Tony.
Yeah, it kind of subsided after about a day and a half. So
That's good.
yeah.
Solid.
Then it's gonna be annoying this week because I have to make up the lab on Monday. That's always that I feel like that's gonna be super awkward because I'm gonna be in someone else's lab instead of so everyone's gonna look at me funny when I try and light my Bunsen burner.
Yeah, just blow up the lab class.
Yeah, blow up stuff like I did with your neighbor's house. What?
Yeah.
What?
This is going to be the running joke for the next year. I hope you all understand.
He's like the reverse Flash in your life.
Yeah. He's the Zoom of my world, as Jacob
He's been under the radar, just fucking your life up.
Yeah, it's just too bad that I didn't set the time, 5 seconds before, because the PG&E guy was supposed to go.
Jacob, it's okay
Yeah.
to laugh. As an update, it's okay to laugh at my house blowing up.
No, I laughed in private. Plenty. when it probably wasn't okay to laugh, I was like, I cannot believe your neighbor's house just blew up and ruined your house.
Blew the fuck up! Nabishin, what about you? Round us out.
It's just been work.
I saw you set up, the holiday table.
Yeah, that was the thing that I did.
It looked really good.
Yeah, like that's it. It had to be done, and I just did it. Like, and like they were appreciative of it and everything. Like the store manager at the time, he was like, "Oh, I'm like, thank you for like this like taking the leverage. And like, we didn't really even ask you to like to set this up. You know, we kind of mentioned it like maybe a week ago, but you know, like, and we know we needed it up, but we were been so busy that we never really got around to like actually telling you to actually do it. And I just did it because I was like, this shit needs to get done. No one else is going to fucking do it. I'll do it." And I set
Yep.
everything up and bought tablecloth and just set it up and make it look all nice. Um, and people were impressed. They liked it. So
It
that was
looks
something
great.
I did.
Just wait till the fucking savage animals that are customers that come through and just fucking ruin it.
Yeah, that's what happens, bro.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this just been that. And it's just like this hatred, this it's like it's
This insidious hatred
it,
burning
it,
deep
it,
within
it
you.
just feels that way, man. It's just like I don't mind the work. It's just the everything else around the work. The oh, this is all on you type of work. Oh, I don't like this person. Can you do something about it? Type of shit. Like, no, fuck off. I'm not doing this shit. Because like, it's getting to the point now where it's like, oh, hey man, they just say hi to me as like being a manager, and like it was cute at first, and then now it's like at the point now it's like I'm gonna punch somebody. They fucking say like what's up, Manager Brian or something like that. I'm like, no, shut up. I'm not this thing that you're trying to make me be. You're not paying me for it. I didn't want to be it, and now I'm getting a little riled up, a little more than I probably should be. But
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
I'd
that's
say it's
understandable.
appropriate.
Yeah,
I'd say it's appropriate.
like especially that whole like I don't like this person. Can you like help schedule me around working with them? It's like no, you're a fucking adult. Be a big boy and work with somebody even if you don't like them because you gotta get work done because that's your job.
yeah.
It's yeah. I feel you. Like that's ridiculous. And then like the fact that you are technically not the boss and technically not getting paid for it, or actually not getting paid for it.
Yeah,
So
technically
technically
not.
about it.
You're right.
Like it's adds to the bullshit. So I feel you.
Yeah, it's almost been a month now since I've been active manager. So, and inventory's coming up, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to get a new person by then. So that's probably something I have to learn how to do in like 3 days. So that's going to be fun. So
Yeah.
that's literally everything, dude. So.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm sorry, man. Hopefully you can find a new job, or just like they'll figure their shit out soon.
You know, I've been thinking about this too. Like, as far as me getting a new job, like I'm at the point now. Like, I can't even think about like what I'm good at. Like, I know what I can do. And I know what I'm. It's weird. It's like when I look at like like a job applications and stuff like that. It's like or job find websites or whatever. And it's like just pick something you're good at. I'm like, I really don't know what I'm good at. Like, I don't really know because like I'm sure I'm good with customer service, but I don't talk to people, so that's like something I have to deal with. I'm just more of a person who like can like give me a task and I can do it, and if you give me my solitude of doing that, as far as like not really like I can't be around people while I'm doing it, but like if I could just focus on my work and I could just get it done and I got end time, so I know what time I have to end it at, and just like after that I can go home and not think about it till like the next day. That's how I get shit done, and that's how I've always been doing. That's always how I've been working. And like I'm good at a lot of things. It's just like I guess I just don't know what my talents are as far as that. It's just a weird thing. I don't know why I'm just now realizing that when I'm almost 30, but it's just getting to that point now. So it's just
Yeah.
weird. It's weird.
An epiphany is coming, I'm sure.
Maybe I'm actually having my real midlife crisis of the one I had when I was in 25. I don't know.
Your
That's
quarter
weird.
life crisis. Quarter life crises are becoming a very real thing.
Jesus, that's fun, something to look forward to.
Yeah, you got what a year,
I
Jacob?
got a year before it all comes crashing down on me.
Yeah. Well, that is something to look forward to. You're right. How about we start this podcast?
All right.
I think we're all like optimized, like feeling like real good now. So
For optimized.
We're optimized.
we're optimized prime.
Before we do so, or should we just start the show, then I go get a drink, and then I come back?
Yeah, we just you go get your drink and then we'll start recording.
Okay.
I was thinking about getting alcohol. Is that something I should not do?
That's something you are totally allowed to do.
I don't know if I should be the only one drinking.
I would drink if I could. I don't have any alcohol in this house right now, so
Tri-County. That is your room.
yeah. It's a dry. My room is a dry county. Also has no windows. So,
It's great. It's great.
no one.
Your
can
room's
see
actually
me.
solitary confinement. You're in
Yeah,
a prison.
I'm in prison. I forgot to tell you guys.
People think I blew up a house. It's crazy.
People think I blew up this house.
Oh.
Yeah, fine. I'm gonna go get something to drink then.
Go for it.
We're just gonna do that.
I applied to graduate
Fucking sit here.
this week. I did that. So I'm gonna graduate with my associate's degree in December. That's cool.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Not going for a bachelor?
Well, I am, but I'm at a
Got to the
community
associates
college,
first.
so I'm gonna have to do that afterwards.
Sure.
I've already applied to the schools I would like to go to for the spring semester, but I haven't heard back yet. So.
I am here.
Are you almost graduating, Scott? With it, or associated?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm surprised you're able to do it, Alex. It's like your whole like time away from school for a while. Like, I'm just surprised it's like it did lined up with Scott's and even Evans, I guess.
Yeah, I mean Evan, graduated last fall?
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. Let me read you a series of text messages I shared this morning and yesterday with one Evan Will. Hey, this is 9 p.m. last night. Hey, I may be able to join you guys tomorrow night. He sends this directly to me, not in the group thread, for the podcast, but I don't have any recording equipment. Would I be able to join you wherever you are staying?
Hey, they blew up in your house.
Yeah, I mean, he knows I'm not at my house, at least. I said, maybe I don't really have much room since I'm just in a small bedroom. Okay. I'll let you know if you could bring a chair and maybe a small table, we could do it. He said, okay, like I said, might be able to do it. If I am, I'll see what I can do. I said, okay, keep me posted. And he said, will do. So this morning, he says, hey, I'm in. And if you like, you can come over here and record at my house. And if you get here early enough, we can get something to eat together. I said, okay, I don't know if I'll have time to lug all the equipment around since I promise I'll be around just before the show to talk to Jared and Jacob. We played Battlefront. And then he replied to that 2 hours later, change of plans. I won't be able to make it tonight.
God damn it.
And I said, damn, want to see about next week. Also, episode 250 is coming up. And he said, I know.
Do you?
Yeah, you sure?
I'm like, excuse me, Evan? I'll have to check my work schedule, but May. And then the text message ends, and he hasn't said anything since then. But May. But May. You're gonna hold.
Okay.
But May. What does but May mean? But May.
Maybe just trying to short
The month of May is just getting in his way all day.
The month
It won't
of May.
say in its spot in between.
We're 7 months
Goddamn
away from another
March.
May, but it's
That's how it's
anyway.
April and August.
Jacob, if he was that much of a trendsetter trying to short maybe to May, then
It's such a long word. I mean,
it's 2 whole syllables,
Yeah.
5 letters. Jesus
time to
Christ.
shorten that shit up. I only got so much time to live.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Can't spend an extra syllable fucking talking to you, Alex O'Neill.
I know. Tony, are you still here?
You think you're worth 5 letters?
Who's that?
Yeah, that's you. Are you ready to start recording?
Yeah.
All right. Everybody, get your audacities ready. Oh,
Get your
there are a whole
butts
bunch
ready.
of us. This is gonna be a fun one to edit.
It's gonna be like a 4-hour
It's
epic,
going to be
probably,
more
isn't
fun
it?
when I screw up hitting this record button.
Don't.
Right, Alex? Right, Alex?
All
How
right.
many parts should my track be in? 5? 6?
Yeah, it's gonna be like 12 different recordings. At least Barrett got them to me in a timely manner.
How's your
Hashtag
weather
Barrett.
today, Jarrett? Are you gonna lose the power halfway through again?
Yeah,
Nah,
I
we're good. There's no wind. There's no rain.
Just the hurricane turns around, comes back, fucking destroys Jared's home, and then leaves. That's all it does.
So shitty and true.
Yeah. I'm sorry. All right.
It's cool. My
Everybody
house didn't blow up.
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn!
Got you.
All right. On 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I did it.
Huzzah.
Did we all do it, is the question. Jacob, Jared.
I did it.
I hit the stop button instead of the pause button.
Yeah, that's what
We're
it Fucking start with me, Scott.
I already started. Come on.
I know, it's already going. You can't stop this gravy train once it goes.
We're talking about the podcast track, right?
Yeah. The podcast
Exactly.
track we should all just name our podcast track Gravy Train 1 through 6. Except for Scott, because he's gonna have like 7 different tracks. Okay. Let's get cracking. Get going. I don't think we have any emails. Doesn't look like it, so I'll tweet this out one more time. It is Saturday, October 10th, 2015, and you're listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I am Alex O'Neill, your fearless leader this evening, in a quest that may be full of fear, actually. With me this week, I have Scott Keth here.
Hey,
Tony
it's not going to change. Ever.
I love it, though. Tony Horvath is here.
Nope.
Nope. Brian Nabishan Jackson is here. That's it. Nabishan finally quit.
No.
Is Nabishan okay? All right, we'll just move on then. And joining us also this week, it was hyped up. You've been waiting for this your whole life, it seems. The double J's. The double entendre J's. Still not
Don't
a
do
thing.
it again. Don't do it again.
Jacob Bryant is joining us, as well as Jarrett Green, you know.
Yeah.
It is pretty bad when you hear it a second time.
Yeah.
Double entendres, it gets worse.
I think that's the funniest shit I've ever said. So that's number 1.
No, the funniest shit you've ever said was in the bonus content like 20 minutes ago, and you're like, guess what I got Audible for?
Guess what Audible is to me? It is just a service that provides me with Twilight books. Nabishan apparently dropped from the call, so we're off to a good start.
Only took 248 episodes for Nabishan to just quit.
Great.
I was just
To
like,
have enough.
fuck everything. Yeah, you guys, Jarrett hasn't been on in way too long, and same with Jacob. Jacob, the last time you were on was when you were in my house, right?
No, I was on in October.
Okay.
Assassin's Creed came
Hello.
out. Fucking
Oh,
great.
welcome back, and Brian Nabishan Jackson is here.
Hold on, we have to re-record because my Audacity crashed when we did that.
Okay.
Bad rules.
Son of a bitch.
Do we want to do the intro again, or do we want to just bring?
Might
it
as well. I fucking said it, but no one heard it.
God damn it!
Just crash.
Yeah.
It's over.
Let's screw this one.
So I
I'm
Yeah,
stopping it.
just delete your audio. We're
Okay.
gonna start from scratch again, and I'm gonna think of something new to say about the double entendres.
Yeah, if you don't say it again.
All right, let me know when you're ready, Nabishan.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, everybody good? Everybody deleted their audio. Tony
Yep.
deleted his audio.
Of course. I delete my audio every week before I send it to you.
what is this dead air?
What's this
3
blank
hours.
track?
Yeah.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Juan. If I may.
You still hear me?
Yes,
Juan.
I can still hear you.
We're good.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ew.
I don't know what happened. Glad you're okay. All right, let's round 2. To the people watching the video, they're getting like seriously the greatest fucking
Yeah.
intro.
Yeah, getting
Yeah,
the
it's
whole
good, right?
behind the scenes nonsense.
All right, take 2.
There is one problem with my audio recording.
Here we go.
My mic wasn't close enough.
Okay, that's acceptable. You should,
Right.
you should get all up on that.
Yeah, you should be able to hear it by now. Yeah, the difference.
You got to perform for the double entendre.
Stop it. I'm out.
I quit.
Oh, that's seriously my favorite thing now. All right. It is Saturday, October 10th, 2015, and you are listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I am Alex O'Neill, your host for whatever this is going to be. Take 2 is happening. Scott Guthier is here. Tony Horvath is here.
Still no.
Still no. Brian Nobishin Jackson is here.
Jared, Jacob, please, I'm begging ya, make me famous.
Wow. Dude, that's how you introduce your guests.
And as you know, Jared Green and Jacob Bryan are here as well.
Yep.
So it's pretty epic.
Yeah.
And because I have to say it again,
No.
the double entendres.
They'd be the greatest tag team ever in the 90s.
Look, yeah, you would, because there's 2 of you, so the double, it's like a double meaning. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I'm crying right now. So we may have had to
So
restart.
depressing.
Yeah,
Dude, I made myself laugh so hard I'm crying from the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life.
from the
For
stupidest
the
shit.
worst joke, literally, I've ever made.
We may have had to restart recording and do the intro a second time, but I think we're at a quality point in our life.
But that was the 3rd time that he's used that joke, so
Yeah, that was the
it's
3rd
got
time.
some polish.
Yeah, it's really worn off, I think, at this point. And you 2 are here. We hyped this up on
Hashtag
Twitter.
the reunion.
Hashtag the reunion.
Yeah, they were 4 motherfuckers like, who were super excited to be here.
Yeah, 3 of them were us.
Three of them were me and you 2. So, and then the rest of the cast were like, "Oh God, both of them." So, here we are. Jared hasn't been on in way too long, and Jacob hasn't actually been on in a year.
Yeah.
But Jacob and I podcast regularly together because we got to spoil some shit.
You guys supposed some angst.
We got to spoil all that angst. So, if you don't know, Jared and Jacob were both editors on IrrationalPassions.com for a time, for the golden era, the golden age, as I call it. And they're also very dear friends of ours. So, welcome back, Jared. I hope you've brought less home destruction, more wrestling references.
Yeah.
Do you have a wrestling reference to kick us off?
I kind of, I guess, piggybacking off of that shitty fucking joke.
Can't we just let it die? Leave it alone and let it go?
If me and Jacob were a tag team, we would be probably something like Billy and Chuck, who were a tag team in the 2000s era, who were ambiguously gay.
Okay, I can abort that. I like what's happening so far.
Yeah.
Like, they were just super into themselves,
Mhm.
but they were also super into each other.
Okay.
But, like, as bros at first, and then it would get slowly more gay. Like, this is back in the era where you can have, where a whole 20-minute segment of a show would be dedicated to, like, a pudding, like, wrestling match for women in lingerie.
Yeah.
Or, like, a lingerie, like, I don't know, competition, which is just a bunch of people almost naked. They would come out and interrupt it and, like, join it.
Yeah.
And that was, like, perfect.
That seems pretty progressive for the 2000s era.
You remember their commitment episode?
Yeah, they had a commitment ceremony. They didn't know that the problem was they had a manager who was probably actually gay. And
Yeah, I think so.
he wanted them to have a commitment ceremony to prove just how, committed they were to this tag team. They didn't know that they were probably being married.
They were entering a domestic partnership.
Right, but their manager did. Like, Rico was, like, super into this.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
right, that's his name.
They were like, we weren't gay, we were just like each other. We just wanted to be tag team partners together. But they wore suits, they were sitting at an altar, it was, like, awesome.
Yeah, this does actually sound a lot like your and Jacob's relationship.
Yeah,
So
almost-
really,
almost
like, me and
exactly
Jacob might as well be Billy and Chuck, is what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Who's Billy and who's Chuck?
I mean,
I'm Billy.
Twist.
We're both Chuck.
Yeah,
So we.
you're both Chuck. Well, as I'm sure you can tell, wonderful listeners, we have a fucking great show lined up for you.
And my reference at the beginning was also a wrestling reference because Jared's one.
Of
Yes,
course.
Yeah, so that was DDP when he was like, when he came to the WWF, and he was like, for some reason, he was going after the Undertaker. He's like, I can't do the diamond cut, I can't do my diamond sign anymore, so I'm just gonna be like this weird, creepy guy who's stalking your wife. And had this creepy smile.
Yeah,
with,
like the chiclet teeth.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
I'm glad that like a little bit of Power Bombcast can seep into the show every time Jarrett's on. Just like a little bit, though.
You know DDP's a yoga instructor now?
Yeah.
Of course he is.
I honestly don't even know where to go from here. This is the reunion. You two are on. We've got tons of video games to talk about. We're going to talk about Battlefront, and Jared and I are going to regale you with our success stories in Metal Gear Online.
Oh, nothing but success.
And Jacob and I are going to regale you with our success stories in Destiny rating.
Oh my god.
We've got news.
You're gonna tell us about how much he played Evolve that time.
Yeah. That one time when we played Evolve together. Nabashin's going to tell us about the most sadistic Mario Maker level he's ever played. And we got some news. Yeah, you are. You are now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, welcome to doing that, by the way.
And we've got some weird news. Hopefully more. We'll have more stories by the time we get there. A voicemail, and then we're going to Netflix and chill because Jake and I got to talk about Arrow and Flash because if we don't, we'll go crazy.
Yeah.
And also the OC, but we'll get
Yes.
there. So let's get this gravy train rolling. Some house cleaning, nothing went up on the website this week. So if you were looking forward to, I don't know, a bunch of stuff that I wrote for IrrationalPod.com, there's nothing there yet, but we'll see. Check out that episode that Sean Pitts was on last week because that was really, really great. We had a lot of fun.
Pimp your Tumblr.
Yeah, I wrote some stuff on Tumblr still. You know, I still write there usually like every other day or twice, 2 to 3 times a week. Some of my other stuff just doesn't get posted there. AlexLOneil.tumblr.com.
What's the number?
It might be AlexO'Neill.tumblr.com. There's no number.
No, what's your number? Your chain.
Oh, today was 212. So I've been writing every day for 212 days.
That was mean. I didn't mean to call you an idiot. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I like that Nabashin's pretty much your promoter / like manager.
Yeah, he is.
Reminds you to pimp your shit on your podcast.
Nabashin is my right-hand man, like, you know, or he's my left-hand man because the left hand is more creative than the right hand, and Scott's my right-hand man because he's my enforcer.
He's with the pimp hand strong on the right.
Yeah, he keeps the pimp hand strong on the right. Fun fact, there was something I didn't want to bring up. So this is episode 248, which is actually interesting to me because years ago, and this dream has not died yet. I started writing a
Dream
book.
to squares.
Yeah, I got into squares.
4 into 8, and then oh my god.
There was 248. I started writing a book, and the title of the book is 2:48, like the time 248. So this makes me think back in those memories. I was thinking about
What?
yeah.
You named a book after what was that the time or something?
It's a time that's important in the book.
Oh,
So-
I thought you like woke up at like 2:48. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna write a book. What time is it? Oh, that's a good title right there.
That you know that's not entirely far off from what got it going.
Okay.
So,
I was gonna call that stupid, but
I was gonna call that book
Since I was
stupid,
right.
but it was just inherent. So I was thinking, like on my 248th day on my chain, I would just write exclusively more stuff for that book, just to see what has changed in my mind. Because I was writing that in high school. I wrote like 270 pages of it, so way back when. So there, a little fun fact about me. I wrote a book. It's called 248. It's a fantasy book.
Did you ever finish it?
No, but I mapped it out. I finished the outline of the book.
Do you ever plan to finish it?
I want to. I don't know if I ever will, but I want to.
Who's the main character's name?
His name is Isaac Hart.
Are there clocks
his name
in
is
Fantasy?
Risei.
His name is Reese. What did you say, Jacob?
Are there clocks in fantasy worlds?
It's a sci-fi fantasy novel, so yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't know, like
It's
dragon
basically
clock.
Destiny, is what I'm saying. It's actually nothing like Destiny. I just want to point out that on Twitter, Andrew Raid, who's one of our raid buddies, Jacob, he tweeted at me #double entendre. So
No.
See, why does
What
he
did
do
you
that?
do?
so let's get this bad boy cracking, and talk about some video games. How about we talk about the Battlefront beta first, since we just played that. Jacob, Jared, and I did, and Nabishin has played some as well, apparently. Who wants to kick Nabishin? I didn't know that you played it. I'll just start there.
I just played it just to look at it. Just look at it, and I played a little bit the single player, and I was like, oh, okay. And did the single player, and I turned it off. So
Yeah, there you go. What did you think of it? Were you impressed? Were you whatever?
Visually, it looks really, really cool. Just the fact that's like the stuff like they mimic practical effects. It's like the best you can like ask for like a video game.
Yeah.
Like there's like particle effects that's coming off like different things, and it's like, oh wow, like it's something like that's not really noticeable unless you play like something like KI where like you do a Koyukin and then like that shit explodes in like 10 million shits. But like yeah, it's just like that really popped out when I saw that. I was like, oh wow, that's really impressive, and it looks really cool. And like that little bit of the single player that I play, which is just like it's like pretty much just a horror mode or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me like a little maybe just kind of upset. Like if I was even interested in that game or Star Wars or anything like that in general, it's like man, like I wish it had like more of a campaign just because like it seemed really cool for that 5 seconds of that cutscene of it starting up, and then like it just nothing else come from that. But like yeah, that seems all right.
Yeah. Jacob, Jared, and I played a little bit of the multiplayer. We didn't play any campaign. Although you guys, it sounds like you guys played that as well. The single-player cooperative player.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The thing that jumped out to me, and I don't know about you guys, the first thing was like, holy shit, does this game like look ridiculously good?
It doesn't just look good. It looks like an old Star Wars movie.
Yeah, it does. And like Jacob was saying, it sounds good.
It sounds
like,
just like a Star Wars movie. Like,
yeah, it sounds like Star Wars, which is like I guess I wasn't sold on how good it could sound, but also how important that would be to like walking around on a battlefield in a Star Wars setting. But like it's so important to have this blaster sounds and like the sounds of the AT-AT just fucking crushing down.
Yeah.
But holy shit, like it helps a lot to have like that kind of engrossing sound experience. It's awesome. It's just like on a presentation level, it's like incredible. Plus, it runs at 60 frames per second, which I was not expecting it to. But I don't know about the gameplay wise.
Game's hard. I suck at it.
You were pulling your weight in that last match we played.
Yeah, I had like 4 kills. So it was great. I only
Pull your weight, and I beat
pulling my
you.
weight means I only died 15 times instead of 20.
And Jared only had 5 more kills than you. It was fine.
Well, what can I say? I'm pretty goddamn awesome.
I don't know, Jared. What do you think of like how like the classes and the level up stuff is structured?
I don't know. I mean, there are things that are cool about it. Like the probably the most like jarring thing about it, playing it versus any other first-person shooter or third-person shooter, is how aiming. Like you can use the aim button to just see closer, but there's no way to make the gun more accurate. The gun's going to be as accurate as it's going to be, no matter how you shoot it.
Yeah.
Which I guess makes sense. It's like an energy weapon. It's pretty much about as accurate as it's going to be. Putting the stock on your shoulder doesn't necessarily change anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have a recoil. But there's so, especially in the big winter map where like all types of shit's going on at once, like it's very easy to be swept away into like the chaos of everything. Like it's very easy to not know what you know what you're supposed to be doing, but it's very easy to like just kind of spawn into just chaos and then like never get a footing.
And then like never do anything productive.
Right, like the game like snowballs against you sometimes.
Yeah.
Where like suddenly you're just surrounded by the enemy, and you always will be now, unless you find a way to like recover but there is no room to recover because there's like 40 people playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because like there are 4 guns, right? And like one of those guns is just the opposite factions guns. Like there's the rebels and
Right.
the Empire, and like one of the guns that you can unlock is just like the starting gun for the other faction, which seems weird. It's very like old school in that regard, but like
Yeah.
past like old school, it's like you get power ups to do like to get in a TIE fighter, you pick up like a token on the battlefield, and then you hold the left and right L1 and R1, and then like you power up and you fly into the battlefield on a TIE fighter. So it's like a weird like temporary power up, except like some of it has a cooldown, some of it doesn't. But it's like super weird. It's very much not a Battlefield game.
Yeah.
Which is I see like a lot of comparisons of like this is just Battlefield with a new paint of skin on it. It's like not like you have grenades that have, but it's like like a class ability
Yeah.
that is on a cooldown timer.
Right. And it's, I mean, I don't necessarily need it to be, 1-to-1 old Battlefront. Like, I like that there's a modernization here.
Yeah.
Like, there's another step here. Like, I don't necessarily need a campaign, like, firstly, because Battlefront 1 and 2's campaign wasn't very good.
Yeah, 1 didn't have one. 2's was like
Two had one, and 2 was just like, here's the maps you're going to be playing on in multiplayer.
Yeah.
Go do some shit in it.
Yeah. Anytime
You know
like
what? I was
someone
going to do that anyway.
Yeah. Anytime someone complains to me, it's like, well, it doesn't have a campaign, so it's like I'm like, yeah, but like the first Battlefront didn't either, and the second one no one played it, so
Right.
I put this shit up.
I mean, like, I played the second one's campaign, but I didn't like it.
Yeah, like that
So I
wasn't
stopped halfway through. So, like, eh.
like
I'd
that,
much rather them just not pull one in than put a shitty one in.
yeah. Like if they can double down those like human assets to make a better multiplayer experience and make it more polished, like that's a way better use of the time, because that's at its core, that's what Battlefront is all about. But like, Sean was on last week and he said he'd played it quite a bit, and he just like his impression was like, is this it? And I get that. It's hard to know how much game is in this game, because there's really not that much in the beta. Like you've got 2 modes. One is like King of the Hill. The other is this like super not balanced.
Not at all
level.
balanced. But the Hoth battles have never been balanced in the history of Star Wars games that included the Hoth battle, basically. It's always like Empire almost always wins.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's true. It's just like it's called like Walker Assault, right? And it's different. I'm glad. I appreciate it's different, but it's like like the rebels are capturing these points, and then that calls in more Y-wing fighters to disable the armor on the AT-ATs, and the goal of the rebels is to destroy the AT-ATs, and the goal of the Empire is to not let the AT-ATs be destroyed. And it's kind of like rush mode from Battlefield, like you're just kind of pushing forward slowly. But I don't know, it's weird. It's like it's not, like I said, it's not balanced. Like the Empire has a huge advantage over the rebels.
yeah, and if that's a whole mode, like if that whole mode is just that one map, like you can only play Hoth if you play that mode, and you can only, that's not that fun. Like I was telling you when we played, like my favorite part of Battlefront is making a playlist of what maps I want to play on, and then in any order I want, and then just going and running through them. Like you can't do that in this. That's going to be pretty disappointing.
Yeah. What were you saying, Jared?
I don't think. I think that's one of those maps that seems super imbalanced to us right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that will change,
Yeah.
like at launch, because after people get their hands on it, I'm sure the pattern of how to get and hold these, the little towers where you have to summon the Y-wings essentially. That'll be more fleshed out. There'll be more abilities available. People will be higher levels when they do it. Like, there's a lot where we can only be up to level 5. There's only so much shit we can do right now. Like with the addition of like jetpacks and all that kind of stuff, we have more mobility. And when people are playing in teams more often, like when groups of people start to play together, like I'm sure the asymmetry of what this map looks like will kind of start to level out. And at that point, if it still seems like the Empire is always winning, then they just nerf like the ATs like guns or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's. I know it seems super unbalanced to us right now because we just keep getting housed by this thing.
Mhm.
But I feel like when the entire context of the game comes together, it'll probably be a different or at least slightly altered story.
Yeah, I hope so. The big thing is, like, I agree, Jacob. Like, I hope that that mode isn't just that map. And I hope that map isn't just that mode as well.
Yeah.
Like, I hope you can play Hoth and just, like, do just, like, a 40-man conquest or, like, team deathmatch or something. So, but we'll see. Like, they only have those 2 maps. One is, like, King of the Hill, like I said, and the other is the Hoth level in the beta. And they both look great, they're, laid out a little weird, but they're both really cool and well put together at the very least. And I'm curious to see what other things, like, what other modes can be played on those maps and, like, how those maps and areas can be used differently. But that's definitely something we'll have to wait and see on. Yeah, is this experience, like, gotten you more excited or less excited for the game? That's my real question. Jacob.
Honestly, I'm pretty much exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like every year that it was like maybe Battlefront's coming out and like all those teases in the past, like I was like, oh fuck yeah, I'm so excited for Battlefront. And then when I started seeing stuff, I was like, I definitely am excited enough to play it, but I wasn't like, I cannot wait for this game to come out. And I'm still like that now after playing it today.
Okay. Jarrett?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that this has made me more excited.
Yeah.
But it was good to actually play and see what the hell this is going to look like, because it's all just been video and other people playing it and saying it's awesome. So
Yeah. I would say I'm less excited and a little bit more hesitant now. But again, I want to see what kind of stuff ends up actually being the full game. Cool. The game looks great. It sounds and looks like Star Wars, so that's a cool thing. How about Metal Gear Online, Jarrett? Do you want to talk about that real quick?
it's old MGO, but with
Good
Metal Gear
controls.
Solid 5's like whole like revolution of making the game playable.
Yeah.
So that's neat.
Yeah.
We were terrible at that game.
We
By the way.
were great. I don't know what you're talking about. We played a few hours of that. We had characters. My dude's name was Big Boss. And we fucked some shit up.
The Rocket Fist is like super broken in multiplayer.
Yeah, you'll just hear Kiefer Sutherland yelling "Rocket Punch" from like miles away.
You just hear it in the distance, and you're like, "Oh shit!" And then you don't see it, but eventually, when it's like coming towards you, you'll see like a little exclamation point like on your screen. And I'm like, "Oh no, it's near me!" So like you immediately go prone.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter because then the rocket kind of spins around and just punches down at your face.
Yep. I don't know. It's cool. Like, you know, they have they showed off that demo of like the 3 classes, and you know, like the scout class that's kind of like long range, and the heavy that has the shield, and the infiltrator that has like the stealth camo and stuff. Like, there's definitely advantages to each class. Like, I only got to play 2 because we got to the point where we could make other characters, and then you can make those characters other classes. And once you make a character and pick their class, you can never change that also. So you have to play one of your other characters to level up a different class. It's neat. I was playing the infiltrator. You know, you certainly can do stuff like, you know, stealth camo, hide around a corner, watch a bunch of people go past you, then sneak up on the guy hanging back, like knock him out, interrogate him, then Fulton him. Like, you can do that stuff, and it feels really cool when it works. Like, Jared and I had a match where we were like losing really bad, but I found this guy who had like a huge bounty on him, and I Fultoned him, and then we got all of the tickets back, and then the round ended and we won, which was really cool. One thing that's weird is like it's not best 2 out of 3. It's 2 rounds no matter what, and if you each win 1 round, the team that has the highest net score wins. So if like you just did done good better in this round, your team would win, which is interesting. But yeah, it's cool. Like I liked it. I definitely want to play more. We saluted each other and turned into buddies.
Yeah, they were pals.
Yeah, and when you salute as Ocelot, he does the finger guns thing from fucking Metal Gear Solid 3. It's
The
solid.
shield is
Nah.
clutch though.
Yeah, like we. I just realized what I said.
Yeah.
I
You
kept
didn't
saying
recognize it? I thought you meant to say it on purpose. That's
No,
why
I just use the term solid to describe the word cool, like all the time now, and I kept saying that while we were playing unintentionally. I'm like, I'm sorry, Jared. Yeah, like we definitely had those moments of like Jared had a shield, and I was like running behind him, and he was like protecting me from fire, and then we got blown up by a rocket punch. So
Yeah.
it was good.
Because apparently fuck the shield.
Yeah, fuck the shield, but like in a good way. Also, Walker Gears. You just grab them and kill a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So, good, that's a good tip. If you're just starting Metal Gear Online, get a Walker Gear and fuck some shit up.
And don't underestimate the power of the mortar.
Oh
Because
yeah,
people will definitely not expect it.
yeah. More will fuck your whole day up. Yeah, we should play more of that if we get the chance. Jared, maybe get Jacob in on it.
Oh god.
I have to finish the game too.
Yeah, you
sorry.
also need to beat it. You do too, Jacob. 'Cause I don't think you've beaten it yet. So
Oh no, not even close.
yeah. Guys gotta stop doing all those side ups, man.
That's just can't.
I just-
When the little voice is like more side ups available, I'm like, good.
All right. I think anything else you want to say about that, Jared?
MGO.
MGO.
You should fucking play it.
Yeah, we should play Evolve.
Don't be that guy.
I just re-downloaded that game.
You downloaded
2 days ago.
Evolve?
Yeah, I just re-downloaded it like 2 days ago.
Good. That means we can finally get the gang back together.
Mm-hmm.
I deleted Dragon Age Inquisition off my hard drive, so now the dream is really
That
done.
took you long.
Well, I kept thinking like I should finish it, and then I was just like, that's not.
That's where I'm at. I need to just delete it. I'm like, I could still maybe get through this. I put like 40 hours into this bullshit. I gotta be
You
pissed.
could also not.
Yeah, because like the reason why I deleted it was because I had to make more room to install the Witcher expansion.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, no, this is more important. Never mind. So Nobishin's like just nodding his head sagely
Yeah.
somewhere.
But the Hearth of Stone DLC is out right now. It's a download.
It's
The
out to
pre-download, I should say.
Yeah, I pre-download. I was about to say it's out. Fuck, why am I on this podcast?
Yeah, fuck
We're
that. Abandon ship.
Yeah, it's out on Tuesday, right?
Yeah, like it's already preloaded on my system though,
Yeah.
so it's
So
all
I
good.
will be there with you, Nobishin, day one,
Awesome.
losing my mind.
So it's like, damn, it's gonna be that that Tuesday, then Life is Strange the week after that. So
Oh,
Life is Strange the week after that, and then
then there's nothing, no
Tales
point
of
left to be
Zestiria
alive.
the week
And
after
then
that.
I kill myself.
Yeah, then there's no point left.
Then Jacob and I we get a box of tissues, we record a podcast,
And we hang each other at the very end of it.
and then we say,
You sacrifice yourself live on the air.
yeah, we sacrifice ourselves live on Google Hangouts on air because the angst will overload in our bodies and explode. Yeah. For reference, that's your game of the year right now as well, right,
Totally,
Jacob?
100%. I haven't pimped it in variety this week.
Yeah.
where's that angst alarm?
Yeah. The XLR Scott's alarm just explodes in the back. God, just don't leave the thing like between the bed frame and the wall again, because that scared the shit out of me.
It's staying there forever.
Yeah, there you go. Cool. Then let's talk about something else. I'll power through my games real quick because I didn't play too much this week. Kept playing Spelunky. I don't know. I've gotten back in the habit of just picking that up once a week and doing a little bit, just playing a few runs. I got to Olmec this week with like the jetpack, like a bunch of great stuff, but I only had 4 bombs. so I didn't have enough to kill him. And then I died, so I was sad. But outside of that, I picked up Alan Wake again this week
Yeah, fucking love that game.
because I love that game. Yeah. Jared, don't you hate this game? I feel like you told me that at one point.
No, I mean, I liked the, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes I've ever played of Alan Wake.
Man, come on.
It's really
Well,
good.
it was on Xbox 360. It didn't have one.
For some reason, I was just into like one of those small town spooky story moods.
Okay.
Yeah,
One of those chestnuts.
you know what I'm talking about now. Jacob knows what I'm talking
Just I know what you're talking about. The small town spookies.
Yeah, the small town spookies. It's October.
Sounds like a fake basketball team.
It's October. I'm actually kind of getting into the Halloween spirit. I've been thinking about maybe watching some of my I was gonna watch Monster House, which is my favorite Halloween themed movie.
Nice.
Because that movie's great. If you haven't seen it, it's
Great.
fucking great.
Dan Harmon. Hashtag
Yeah.
Dan Harmon.
Hashtag Dan Harmon. I feel like that was the first time I was ever aware of Dan Harmon as a person. I was like, man, this is so good.
Who is this freaking guy?
Who is this guy? So I picked up Alan Wake. I thought I had it, but I didn't, so I bought it. I also thought I had the second DLC for that, which I didn't. So I may buy that. So I just played through the first chapter. I really love...
Oh, you never played through the DLCs?
I played through the first one, The Signal. I haven't played through the writer, it seems.
The writer is
That's
good. It's good
Yeah.
stuff.
The Signal was free when you bought the game.
Yeah.
And then, like, the other thing you had to buy. Because I bought that, like, the day it came out, and I remember beating it, and I was happy.
Yeah, I was given a Signal code for Alan Wake way back when. Someone was like, "Oh, I got this code. I'm not going to use it because I bought it, so you can use it." So it was very nice. I don't remember who it was because it was like 4 years ago, but thank you to that person. Yeah, I was just thinking like, man, I was in the mood for it. I was like, I've been thinking about it for the past couple of weeks, especially coming in October. I don't know why. But yeah, I just really love Alan Wake. I love how it's presented, and like thinking about how the Remedy's going to be putting out a new game, hopefully early next year, assuming it doesn't get delayed again. It's just, yeah, I'm really excited to kind of dive back into their storytelling style.
Fucking reason to dust off my Xbox One.
Yeah, I just really adore that game. So I jumped back into it. The other thing we can talk about, Jacob, Destiny.
Yikes. We're bad at that game.
So on Sunday, Jacob and I somehow we managed to just like miraculously get 6 people together, and we attempted Vault of Glass.
And it was a poor attempt.
It was a poor showing. We streamed this, so the archive is still on Twitch.
So the internet can revere.
Yeah, I think I might keep that archive, put it on
Really
YouTube.
study our ideas, what we had planned.
Yeah.
We were a well-oiled machine for
We were.
hours.
It was what, 3 hours?
We made it probably 10% into that.
Yeah, I think because there are 3 bosses. So if we had actually beaten the Templar, we would have gotten a third of the way through. But we had 5. Somehow we managed to get 5 people that knew nothing about the raid, which was cool. And then we had Andrew, who is one person from the Twitch chat that did know something about the raid. He'd beaten it.
A whispery old sage.
Our whispery sage from Scotland. He helped us a little bit. When we were like just fucking up, he would be like, "No, we have to do this." But it was like 2 a.m. by the time we decided like we should just end this.
Yeah.
But we should get the crew back together tomorrow.
I could do that. I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun. I mean, I got back into Destiny when the Taken King came out. I hadn't played it since probably 2 weeks after it launched.
Yeah. When you finished all the content in it.
Yeah, when I finished literally everything. And that game's way better now than it was a year ago. It had a lot of change. It's way more fun to play.
Yeah, it's just like there's less of a grind. You kind of you get levels up faster. You get new loot faster. It just kind of happens naturally. What level are you, Jacob? Have you hit 40 yet?
I think after we finished, we gave up on that. I went and leveled for a bit. I think I'm like 39, so I'm pretty
Yeah.
close. Basic 40.
Yeah, I played through the rest of the Taken King story stuff. There's still like all the strikes and I guess a bit more story stuff even after that. You were right. There's a whole bunch of Nathan Fillion in that.
A whole lot.
It's weird because like people say like you immediately notice that the Taken King is like better at storytelling. It's true because like that first mission, like you're going through like this destroyed or assaulted Cabal base, and like like you're kind of you're not doing really anything for the first bit. But past that, like the 3 Vanguard Guardians, like the Vanguards are kind of like the scions for each class, like the Warlock class, the Titan, and the Hunter. So there's like one of each. So they make all those 3 people characters, right? They give them voices that actually talk more than like once ever, and they have cutscenes with them. But even past that, like the big thing as far as storytelling is concerned, is like when you're walking around, like Ghost is talking to someone and then they're talking back. So it's not like original Destiny where Ghost is just kind of dumping plot and information on you. Like there's a dialogue happening, people are giving you personality. There's more to it than that. I'll say the Ghost dialogue, or at least as far as the Nolan North stuff is concerned, I think it sounds better in the Taken King stuff than it does in original vanilla Destiny, like the re-recorded stuff. Just personally, but yeah, it's cool. Like I like it, and I know you like it as well, Jacob.
Yeah, totally.
It sucked you back in.
Did, and I think I've already played it longer, or more than I did originally.
Yeah.
Fun to play.
But yeah, we really fucking sucked
Suck.
it up on that
Yeah,
on that raid.
we didn't do even kind of okay.
I mean,
Just
I was 5 levels under. I'm level 39 now, so I'll be fine.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were playing level 21, and you don't get experience until you beat a whole section of a raid. So
Yeah.
you weren't leveling up at all.
Yeah. And that was the thing. I was like, oh, I can go into this. I'll level up, and then I'll be fine by the time we get like to the end of the raid. Which is, I probably would have gone up like 4 levels if we had finished that part.
Mm-hmm.
But it was too hard. Like if you don't have 6 people contributing, it's just like it's not even about necessarily like being strong enough to do stuff. It's just about surface area, like spreading all your people out enough, like so that they're contributing on all sides of the map. Which if one person isn't, you'll immediately notice, and it'll take down the team. So what I'm saying is all my fault.
Yeah. Everyone else
there
was
That's
nailing it.
But like I was surprised that like because you guys were between 35 and 39 and 40 as far as levels have been, you guys were still like dying, like it was still challenging, which is cool. Like it's that means there's still something there if you are max level and you haven't done it yet. But Tony has hit 31.
Well, now I'm 34 after bounties today.
Okay, so
and I've only done half of them. So when I do the other half plus all the bounties tomorrow, I'll probably be like 37, 38.
Yeah, so you'll be ready to raid with us tomorrow.
For sure.
So that way we'll it's gonna be just a fucking nightmare.
Hey man, you're bringing a mythic WoW raider onto your team, so I'll bring strats.
Bring the hot strats.
Hot
Well,
WoW
we'll
strats.
know the strats for that first part. I feel like
We're gonna nail it. That opening that fucking door took us like an hour and a half, though.
I feel like we'll breeze through it, through like the first beginning parts. Now that we've got kind of a better idea of what to do.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Hopefully my cousin figures out how to get online for an hour after we're just fucking playing with 4 people, basically.
Struggled through the beginning there. So we're gonna. I guess we'll try that tomorrow. We'll stream it.
Yeah.
So the internet can watch our attempts. A lot of people got a kick out of it on Sunday. That's for sure.
But they can revel in our misery.
Yeah, that was fun though.
It was
definitely had a lot of fun doing it. I liked our group of people.
Yeah, I did too.
So you contact your people, I'll contact mine. We'll
Yeah.
get the team together.
Let's do it.
All right, I think that's it. Unless you have anything you want to say about Destiny. Jacob?
That's all I did was play the raid with you, and it was shit and terrible and fuck.
It's
It was
hard.
fun, but it was yeah.
You gotta get cleansed.
Yeah, I'm
You
ready to
gotta-
go again. Oh man, we talk about cleansing all fucking day.
the one person has a relic that if you hold the grenade button, it puts up a bubble that heals people if they're poisoned. So
And that happens every 40 seconds roughly. So
Yeah.
you're always like, well, you like the guy will be carrying around the little thing. You're like, okay, I'm just gonna be here doing my thing.
I'm just gonna hang out with you.
And every 30 seconds there will be all the enemies, and they'll just look around, and all of the teammates are just leaving the battlefield and sprinting as fast as they can at you, and you're just like, okay.
You're like, ah! Yeah, it is a cool mechanical stuff. So, that's all I played, all from my games. Jacob, did you have anything else you played this week?
No, just Battlefront and Destiny is all I played. I was pretty busy all week. Density.
Are you at all interested in Metal Gear Online?
I don't know. I'm so fucking bad at that game when I play with myself. I can't imagine playing against other people make it any more enjoyable.
Have you like just?
I'm
fallen-
fucking terrible at that game.
Have you just like
So bad.
decided that you're just gonna carry a rocket launcher with you everywhere you go and just destroy everything?
No, I mean I'll sneak around. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be a little sneaky guy. It'll just take me 6 hours to do a mission because I just am like so indecisive. Be like, I can go in here, and then I'll see one person. I'll be like, well, I can't go in that way ever again. I have to leave and go out and reassess myself, and I can go this way. And like, oh no, there's two people definitely never going that way. So let's go back out again. Let's figure it out.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
so indecision fucking kills me.
I like it. It's a new approach.
Yeah, just never make any forward progress.
Tony, what about you? Have you been playing anything this week? I hope.
A whole ton of Destiny.
What do you? So you're jumping back on Destiny.
Yeah, I'm interested in like the game that's actually good now. Apparently, and I've been having a lot of fun with it. I actually had a lot of fun going through everything again because I didn't really want to jump into my hunter that I had played in back in the day Destiny when it first came out.
Yeah.
Which was originally level 20, light level 3 or something, and then it just made my character level 23 when they stopped doing that. So they did. So I made a new character. I started with a Titan, and I just didn't really like the Titan subclasses that much.
Yeah.
So I made a Warlock, which I've been playing since. I played through the entire campaign in one day.
Yeah.
All the way up to level 20. I'm talking about the entire vanilla campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And now, since then, since I don't have any of the DLC yet, I'll probably get it this week. I have been just doing the daily missions and stuff, and I'm up to level 33 now.
So can you hit 40 without the DLC?
It seems that way. I thought it would cap me off at 25, but it just kept leveling.
Yeah, because I think it would cap you 32, but if you're past that already, then I guess you can just go right to 40.
Seems that way.
Yeah, so you have now seen the Nolan North stuff.
Yeah.
Do you like that
it's
more?
Pretty good stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, it was never a thing that I disliked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I wasn't up in arms man, this fucking voice acting sucks.
Yeah.
So it's good. I think that the voice acting is good, and it's good that they have a voice actor now that will be able to do more stuff for them, who has I'm guessing more free time as they're not recording fucking game of whatever.
Yeah.
Well, until he goes on strike.
Until he goes on strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Bum, bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
But yeah, so it's just been, I played a whole bunch of that, at least for, the early parts of the week, and then since then I get on for about an hour and do the things. I need to bug Alex more to do the co-op, the queue with a person and do stuff in Crucible missions, because it takes 10 minutes. But you have to have people online playing Destiny, so.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely haven't been online recently, or for the past couple of days, so.
Yeah, there you go. Other than that, it's been a lot of Hearthstone.
Oh, surprise!
I committed this month to the one class challenge. I'm gonna play only priest all month. So
Fuck that.
I like the handlock duck.
Yeah, Handlock's good, but I am better at priest. So I want to see how just playing that class and pretty much just one deck can do for me in one season. So
What you generally play mage?
mage, yeah. So I've been playing a lot of mage recently, but that's kind of since I started playing Hearthstone again. But when I played Hearthstone before I stopped for a while, I only played priest, and I've always just kind of liked priest, but like was playing mage anyway. So with Dragon Priest as this deck that has been very popular, I've been playing that more, and it's kind of brought me back to playing priest. So I just kind of want to see how I do playing only that class. So
Cool. That is a cool challenge to attempt.
yeah.
Anything else?
I think that's it. I mean, Trove and WoW, but they're really boring, bad MMOs. So,
Yeah. Well, I mean, WoW isn't,
oh yeah, Trove's really shitty.
but Trove's like, it's like an MMO, but it's fun. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You hear me? You hear me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, it's I saw a Facebook ad for Trove, and it said it's like
Yeah.
an MMO, but it's fun. Which
I
is,
find it funny that you're playing it. I never thought I'd meet someone playing Trove.
yep.
Meet another
Scott and I
human.
play that shit.
I'm thinking like it might be time to catch up with some Kingdom Hearts, but first I'm
All
gonna
right,
let
see you guys.
Jarrett talk about his games.
Oh, we got time.
Well, one of my games I haven't played yet is finding a way to teleport to Scott's house and break his neck before we get to Kingdom Hearts.
Scott's not happy.
I don't know if it's possible yet, considering we haven't invented like time travel and like teleportation, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
What have I played outside of Battlefront and MGO? I played lots of fucking League.
I see the word League written here, and like just seeing you refer to League of Legends as League just makes me angry. I just want to let
I
you know.
played League for reference. I played League in season 1. I played when right before Grays was added.
You played when we were
You
in high
played
school.
when AP Scion was a thing.
Right.
I
And if you
remember
try
that
really
shit.
hard, AP Scion can still be a thing. And by try really hard, I mean die most of the time. But I dropped back into League maybe 2 months ago, because I finally found a group of people nearby who want to play League all the fucking time.
Fuck yeah. So you guys put up on LAN parties and have a fucking good time?
Well, I'll go to my
Man.
buddy Mark's house. We'll pretty much convene at my friend Mark's house and we'll play League for like decades.
At least you don't refer to it as LOL like some
No,
of
I
the
don't do that.
auxiliary hosts.
I don't
on
want to
this
punch my.
podcast.
If I'll punch my own dick off first. But
It's good to know.
So graphic.
the
It's important to know that.
So appropriate, though.
I've been writing a lot about League I've been covering the World Championships for the site I'm writing at.
For the 70,000 listicles that you're writing.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that because I got an email like 2 weeks ago where they're changing directions for the kind of content they want to do, and they would rather just do stuff based around their Wikipedias, which means I don't have to write listicles anymore. And I was like super pumped about that.
Fuck
Now I
yeah.
can write like relevant shit and like I don't know, maybe make some sense, not be a fucking jackalope on the internet.
Make money and not have to feel bad about it.
Yeah, it's like a little less about selling my soul now. Pretty
Yeah.
cool. So I've been covering Worlds for the most part, doing a lot of League-related content for them. So that's been an incentive to continue playing, so that I can still be active in what the fuck's going on in the meta and all that kind of shit.
Is that game still good?
I like it. I've always liked League. I think League's become way more of a quote-unquote sport now. A lot of things have been redacted. A lot of things streamlined. It makes more sense. I explained to people yesterday there used to be a dodge stat in League.
Yep.
and it was the only thing you couldn't really directly affect, and it was the only thing that didn't make a whole lot of sense because you would just the dodge stat was of sometimes just auto attacks just didn't hit you, and there's really nothing. There's really no like rhyme or reason as to why.
The only characters that could do anything about it were characters that were viable to play that purchased the Phantom Dancer.
Right.
Wait.
And you can just dodge. Like Master Yi just had a really high dodge stat, so not only could he did his Q make him untargetable while he's doing hits to multiple people, and his ult made him super fast and like pretty much unrootable and immune to crowd control. You just miss most of your auto attacks against him. So Yi was just 100% broke.
That's true, but at the same time, I believe this is also the time of Team Nuke Rise.
Yes.
If you grouped up close enough, Rise did enough damage with his AoE ult that he'd kill everybody on the team.
Yeah,
Get out,
especially with
4,000 damage at once, and nobody had that much health at that time.
It's those are the dark days.
It sounds like a really balanced video game.
I mean, there's ways around it, i.e., not grouping the fuck up in the center of the map.
Yeah.
And it's fun to see how different the game kind of is compared to back then.
Mm-hmm.
See how team fights happen now are way different than how they used to happen. Now, especially in pros, where it's pretty much like suddenly there's lots of flashes and then 3 people lived, and you're like, I don't know where this happened. And then you have to slow it down and play it back like 4 times to show you what the fuck went down. Mm-hmm. Team fights back in the day used to be like dudes would just run in, like lines would form up in a lane, and then people would just run in one at a time and just die. It was like watching the Civil War.
Damn. I like it.
Not inaccurate. There's not much else you could do. There's no real ins or outs.
Yeah.
No, and that was before like there was a whole lot of active items. Like the game was literally like you have 4 attacks, so go do it, I guess.
That's cool. It is interesting to hear that about League of Legends because it's definitely different.
It's a way different game now, and it's kind of neat.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Kindred.
They made
the new character coming out later.
Okay.
Like I guess next month.
Is he a kindred spirit of yours? Yeah.
No. Get out.
That was a shittier joke than normal.
Is it as
Saying
bad as Double Entendre?
Yep. Just bad. Apparently not. The Jacob who thinks that's still worse. But
it's always.
Are you not interested in Dota at all, Jared? I'm just curious.
No, I played Dota once or twice. Dota's one of my greatest victories over Steam because Dota had a back before it was like really free to play. You had to buy everything. You paid $20-$30 and you just had everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I had a beta version of it, and then it just got grandfathered into the real version, and I never paid a dime for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that happened, but I played it a little bit, and it just isn't. I think Dota has too much going on. The barrier to entry is too high. I got to make too much of a commitment to play.
Mm-hmm.
To play well, I should say.
Yeah, the biggest problem with Dota is the difference between it and League, and the biggest difference. There's 3. Versus the turn radius.
Mm-hmm. I remember the turn radius the first time I played Dota.
It's really weird.
It's something that I like. It's something that I wish every MOBA had, but it's also super weird. No matter what kind of video game you're playing, unless you only play racing games.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And the second thing is missing based on height elevation.
Oh,
yes.
God, that's so annoying.
The third is you get to use your abilities once per fight. That's it.
Wow.
Which, in theory, makes it seem like
It's
more
a
strategic.
double-edged sword.
Right.
Yeah.
It's that works against them in kind of both ways.
Yeah.
If you're like me and you can land those abilities, then it makes playing the game for me that much easier.
If you're good at video games like Scott is what we're saying.
Well, it's most of the people that come from League that can are known for landing their shit. Not everybody. They
Like,
can walk into Dota and they'll have no problems, except for they don't know actually what the fuck to do, because the meta of the two games are very different. It's just balancing, essentially.
Yeah. Is the meta of League anything like, or the meta of Dota anything like League? Because like I know in League of Legends
Nope.
you have like this chart or whatever that you fill up that makes your stats better or whatever.
Nope.
Yeah. Is there like just none of that in Dota?
Well, in Dota, yeah, you have items, you have all the stats, except for stats are based off of three main attributes: strength, agility, intelligence. Based on the primary attribute of your hero,
Yeah.
your attack goes up, and all the regular stuff, because the three things do, I think, three different things each. Just depend on the stat. Just one of them makes your auto attack go up.
Yeah.
And then as for the items, you cannot level up the damage of your abilities. Your abilities are flat. This means if you get an early level advantage, let's say you get your second ult while everybody else is just getting their first. If you can manage that, anybody who has a nuke can probably one-shot anybody on the team with that ult.
Yeah.
And a lot of those ones are not skill shots. They are click, alright, it's going off, you're dead.
I'm just
very
like,
bad to end up in that situation, to be honest. But yeah.
Is there any like what I really want to know is is there any like outside of play meta in Dota?
There's no outside of play meta.
Okay.
It's all in, which is why it's easy for someone to get good into Dota, especially if they have a coach like me.
You don't need any like runes or masteries or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's
So like that's
everybody
like
is on equal footing all the time.
Yeah, that makes it more interesting for me, I guess. But
when you're first learning a MOBA, Dota is one of the hands down worst to get into.
Yeah. The learning curve in Dota is much higher than any other MOBA on the
because
market.
like back to the double-edged sword. For players like me, I only have to land my skill shots once. I don't have to land them all the time, which is what I'm used to having to do. So that's super easy. However, for somebody who's not very good at that, having to do it, not having a second chance, not being able to use your ability 2-3 times a fight, is extremely detrimental, because when you miss your shit, a lot of characters can just sit there and do nothing, and they don't actually do anything without their abilities.
Yeah, there's a lot of like line of sight things other than just elevation that come into play in Dota and stuff. So like if your character is running to attack someone and they dip out of sight, your character just stops. Like if you
It happens in League too.
Well, yes, but like in League, if you're standing like in the river, there is no way for, other than like the tall grass or whatever, for your opponent to get out of line of sight quickly. Whereas in Dota, like if they dip the right way behind a tree, you've lost line of sight on them.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense as like, hey, this is my first MOBA, like the one where all of these weird technical things that if you're not familiar with how MOBAs work in general, like even like landing skill shots, because that's something that you pick up over time. If it's like so much more crucial to land those every single time in Dota, like I understand like where that becomes like an issue if you're just a completely new player who wants to learn this kind of game.
It's like fighting games have that issue sometimes. Like there's lots of fighting games that are similar in many ways, and then there's like one or two that are way different. Yeah. Like Tekken players have a hard time crossing over pro in any 2D fighter really, or especially 2D fighters that aren't Street Fighter like Tekken players have an issue coming to Mortal Kombat for a lot of time, or any NetherRealm game, because NetherRealm games are 2D fighters, but they're way different than Street Fighter or Marvel. Yeah. So they didn't play by the same tenets. It kind of does, but as far as inputs are concerned, but the timing on those inputs, the frames between inputs, all the other weird physics that govern a fighting game.
Yeah, no, that is a nightmare. That is a nightmare to try and switch between.
And Dota has a lot of those meta issues too that are super weird for people who play League, or even like here Heroes of New Earth or any a MOBA that was crafted with League in mind. Even like the fucking mobile ones, Vainglory and that other one that just came out. Like they're all pretty much League for the most part.
Right, and in Dota, you have your support, right? The support doesn't sit in lane. If you're in lane as a support, you're pretty much doing it wrong. You're supposed to be in the jungle stacking creeps.
There's so much stuff for support to do in that game. It's kind of it's frankly ridiculous.
Yeah.
There are times in the game where your boots should be on the floor, not in your inventory, on the floor.
It's boots on the ground, as they say. It is. I think this is the best way you guys have put it to describe like why Dota is less approachable, but it makes a lot of sense. Like I knew some of it, but
I mean, they made it slightly more approachable by adding custom games in. It's like, hey, you want to play Pudge Wars with me?
Yeah,
come on, it'll be fun.
That's pretty freaking sweet.
Yeah, that is cool.
Like that's a serious question. You want to play Pudge Wars with me?
No, I'm good. Scott.
Come on, dude, it's hilarious. Listen. We're undefeated. Listen, we went through a game 100-0. That's just impressive.
Pudge Wars on Han.
Yeah, Dota's always had really cool game modes. Like there was a really cool game mode where when you die, you just are assigned another random hero, and no hero gets used twice. So the first person to run out, or the first team to run out of things to respawn as, they lose.
Is
Or
Heroes of
you
New
destroy
Earth
the Nexus.
still the game? Just real
Or
quick.
you destroy the Nexus.
I don't know
yeah.
actually.
It's still a game. Apparently somebody still thinks it's good.
I'm scrolling through their website and it's a goddamn fucking nightmare right now. So
It's like they screwed up beyond the point of return a long time ago. So yeah, nobody really plays that anymore.
there you go. It's fair. Okay, I think that's enough League. Unless you have anything else to add, Jared.
That's a long time. That's been perhaps the last time you said that.
Yeah, I think it's been a while since we've had a League MOBA
Yeah, it's
Dota
been a while
conversation.
since Greg has been here.
So I figured it was okay to kind of like let this one run, even though Jacob's probably like ready to die.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Geez, Kingdom Hearts is coming up, and
Yeah, we got
tune out one more time.
All right, well, I'm gonna go run some errands for real.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yep.
Just like
See
I'm
you
just gonna do.
guys.
Speaking of second chance,
Anything else, Jared? Anything else you've been playing? Final Fantasy IX, for example.
Yeah, started playing Final Fantasy IX again.
I've
once in a
never
while.
really played Final Fantasy IX.
Final Fantasy IX is the game to play if you had to play a PlayStation 1 era Final Fantasy. I would recommend 9 over all of them.
do they have Popeye arms?
Some, but that's purposeful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Final Fantasy IX is the most stylistic in the liberties it takes in these character designs. Like,
I've
Vivi has
actually-
big hands and he's squat.
Yeah, I've actually seen my best friend Mark. That's his favorite Final Fantasy, and like I've seen him play through it. So
It's very much
favorite
it's-
Final Fantasy.
probably of that era, probably the best and the most. The vision is clear the entire game. Like you know exactly. Like there's no point in this game when you don't get the thesis statement of this is a callback to Shakespearean sort of high art or high theatrics. Literally, the main character is in a theater troupe that travels around, and puts on plays. The first real thing you do in the game is put on a play.
Zidane, correct?
Yeah.
Is he cool?
It's also awkward. He's the only main character up until that point anyway who is like a thief. So he's not like noble. Like his plan with the play is to steal the princess.
That's
Because
Then offer
him and-
ransom money.
Yeah, him and the Jinder just steal the princess and like collect ransom. He's when the story kind of guns underway and he becomes like the hero and has to go do heroic shit. He's one of the few protagonists in the Final Fantasy series that embraces it. Almost always the main character of any Final Fantasy game's like, but do I really have to be the hero? They're like, yeah, you do. And he's like, okay. Zidane's
So
like,
he's
fuck
kinda
yeah,
like-
I'm the hero.
He's kind of noble of heart.
Noble of heart, just not of action. And that's kind of like a big part of the game, like the duality of people.
Yeah.
All the characters are like well realized and well defined. Even like a lot of the NPCs. You play a lot of NPCs in this game, because it's such a game focused on the characters that you'll find that so many of them, they put so many of them in your hands. There's only really like 7 really main characters that you can do like all the cool gameplay shit with, but you'll find that you're traveling with a lot of other ones. You play like all of Zidane's troop, for instance, like multiple times.
I just Vivi is my brother's favorite Final Fantasy character.
I think Quina is one of my favorite, who's also in 9. Quina is a giant, like, they're called Quen, but they're kind of almost like tadpoles with feet. But the Quen race are just naturally like disposed to like gastronomy, like they love cooking and eating because all they do is cook and eat. But Quina can't be anything else but Quina because of the way she looks. She's just got she's just a goofy look. It's like a walking lick-a-tongue. So she can never deny who she is. She just has to be this fucking creepy dude. So watching her run around and interact with like quote unquote normal people is always the best part of the game.
Oh yeah, this character I know.
She has the blue magic, so she eats things and like can do stuff because she gets her abilities that way.
Sweet.
But she's always into mischief and nonsense. This game is full of like shenanigans.
I mean, there ain't
Yeah,
nothing like a good shenanigan.
out of the Final Fantasy games that I missed, this is the one I always wanted to play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the one. If you've ever missed it and you were like, if you've never played a Final Fantasy or you played the recent ones and were like, fuck this series, you should probably play at least 9.
I wonder if there's a study somewhere that's like, like, what's your favorite Final Fantasy is the question, and it's like, oh, I like 6 is my favorite, or 7 is my favorite. Like what kind of like personality is like attached to that type of person?
You just see like likes Final Fantasy VII, also likes Twilight novels. Garbage human being.
I actually I didn't like 9 originally, but as I grow older, I've appreciated 9 more and more. The same with 4, and I think it's because 4 and 9 share a lot of the same like core values.
Actual
Like,
4
like
or
Final Fantasy 4,
Okay,
actual
okay.
4, yeah.
Okay.
Who's the main character in that one? Name?
Cecil, depending on where you're from.
Cecil.
Ah, yes. Okay. So I know
It's
which one
Cecil
you're talking
because
about.
you're not a fucking animal.
Well, yes, but in Dissidia, like the voice actor calls him Cecil, and I'm like, what is that?
In the DS one, they call him Cecil as well.
And you're
I
like,
think.
that's a stupid name.
Yeah.
I've been reading this name for 20 years. It's just now stupid.
Because I had a dude named Cecil in my sociology class a year ago, and his name was Cecil, not Cecil. None of that shit.
You know,
Was it spelled the same?
It was spelled the same, yeah.
But they approach like all of the aspects, all the pillars of game design with like a very singular vision. Like they love this old time sort of old drama. Final Fantasy IV has a real focus in like character drama and a real focus in like the music and the presentation. So like that was the first Final Fantasy with like an anti-hero. Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
Where Kain was like Cecil's best friend, but he also like gets possessed, like brainwashed. He kidnaps like Cecil's girl.
Yeah.
Then they like fight it out, and then they're cool again. But then it happens again, but this time maybe not so much because of the because of the brainwashing. So now they're like frenemies. They're kind of beefing. But it was never that complicated in Final Fantasy games before.
Yeah.
Also, like the idea of like a boss music, like a theme song, that's kind of like rooted in Final Fantasy IV. Like when you would hear Golbez's theme before you saw him, but you knew he was around and some sinister shit was going down.
That's such a big component of Final Fantasy moving forward too, because like 7 obviously has really, really big bombastic boss themes like Genova and Sephiroth. So
right, that I define and identify these creatures before you even see them. Maybe even more so than how they look.
Yeah, especially Genova.
Right, and I think there's a lot of they play it fast and loose. For 7 and 8 because they have these big like theme songs during the battles, but like And I guess Sephiroth has that one theme that kind of like leaks in and out whenever they're talking about soldier or whatever. But
Yeah.
the sound design is like super on point in 9 because it does it balance like a lot of the soundtrack balances that sort of uh, playful and lighthearted tone of the characters and the overall story and the overall idea of adventure and kind of stuff like that. But it also almost always like locks in the more vulnerable bits of a particular moment, like more so than any other game, I think. Like some of my favorite themes, like one for there's a city in Final Fantasy IX that's always at night called Trano. It's always a night. It's always New York at night, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So like thieves live there. Like it's some places that we really shouldn't go, but there's also like a bustling nightlife, and it has like this plunky sort of like saloon guitar or like saloon piano like theme, which is a single instrument, but it like wraps up the sort of mystery and sort of wonder and adventure and like danger of this place all at once.
Mm-hmm.
And there are very few like whole soundtracks that do that well in this series, and I think Nine's like probably the best. And as well as the storytelling and the character design, and the character sort of writing and the dialogue, I think that game does focus and like message and vision better than any other game in the series.
Yeah, this is definitely the most convincing argument anyone's ever given me for checking out 9. Because no one's ever really told me what 9's about, so it's good to
And 9 has 4 discs. You'll be in the 3rd disc in by 20 hours, and you won't even know how you got there.
Yeah.
The story moves that quickly.
That's cool. All right, is that all you've been playing, Jared?
Yes.
Then we're going to take a break.
Break time.
When we come back, Scott's going to regale us with Kingdom Hearts talk.
Or will I?
Jacob's going to take a nap. Or maybe he won't.
Yeah, I might
He's
not.
already asleep.
You'll have to come back and find out.
and Nabashin has the most grueling Super Mario Maker level ever created.
What? You're just saying these lies.
You're just saying bullshit now. So we'll take a break and we'll be back with that in just a little bit. I'm gonna go pee.
I'm gonna drink.
I'll be right back.
Do I just leave my stuff all out
Just
recording?
leave it going.
Alright,
You
sweet.
can go pee if you need to.
So, option. Let's see if you caught on. What game have I played this week that isn't Kingdom Hearts? I guess the option's not here.
Yeah, he gave up on your game.
Oh.
Scott, you would like Destiny now.
Maybe.
Of that I am sure.
I didn't think it was too bad, but I don't have a PS4.
Right, I know.
But I
that's
mean,
the
like, it's
issue.
not worth me picking up a PS4 for. Not right now.
Yeah. Perhaps with the next expansion.
Maybe. But at the same time, right now the only game I'm looking forward to is Triforce Heroes, because that's, pretty soon.
Yep.
Let's see if my track is still recording.
I hope it is.
That's not good.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, it is. No first part.
No first part?
No first part.
What?
What happened? Did you stop recording?
Yeah, very early.
What's the time?
20 seconds.
Oh! That's alright, I'll bring you back in then. And then I'll use the backup
How did this happen?
for the first part. That is weird. How did that happen, Scott?
I don't... I'm sad.
I'm sad.
Do you want me to count you in?
Yeah, just count me in.
Okay, just delete it all. You ready to go?
Yep.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
Alright. We're good. I'm gonna watch it for much longer this time.
Yeah, watch it for 20 seconds at least.
I only watched it for about 10 last time, then I minimized out. I don't know what happened after that.
I have it set up so that I can see like the most recent part of my waveform like on the right half of my screen. So
Yeah. Oh, waiting for Jacob. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
go for it.
Big Bunko.
I tweeted Brendan. Oh, Jacob's not here. Never mind. Took me a second.
Big Bunko.
The Sky 5 came out, right, Namishin?
Yes, it's on my list.
Cool. I thought I saw you playing it. I just wasn't sure if it was out yet or not.
Yep.
So
Good shit.
cool. That's good to hear. I wish I had played more Persona 4 this week. That's what I did not do.
Dude, that's
Dancing.
that game is so good just to be like, oh, I just want to play something for like 5 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Play
Yeah, that's what.
song.
Like I had like a
Oh,
5-minute
so
chunk
good.
at one point. I'm like, I should, maybe squeeze in a song, but then I decided to go.
Yeah.
Video. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, what? Hey, buddy.
Sorry. I
You're
had to, we're talking Kingdom Hearts. I had to pour myself whiskey
Oh,
to drink heavily. I need something heavier than my beer.
I like it. God, man, I wish I had some bourbon.
Oh, you didn't play more Shovel Knight this week.
I did not.
Hmm?
I thought about it. I guess I wasn't really in the mood. So, did you get to play of Shadows?
No, Super Meat Boy came out, and that's been occupying that time while I play it on mute.
Yeah. So you don't get too into the jams.
These games are hard as fuck right now. I can't do it.
They are so hard.
Ugh, they're so bad.
Yo,
I
am back.
By the way,
Yeah.
Alex, are you hyped for Extra Life to play Ultimate Chicken Horse?
Oh, are we gonna play that?
Hey, I have it.
And it is still recording. 2
Still
minutes
recording?
Scott is gonna
Big workout.
fucking love that game.
Scott's gonna adore that game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
We should
it's-
get
that's-
Duck
That
Game
game has Scott
as
written
well.
all over it.
All right. So here's the deal about that game. I'm not allowed
Which
to
one?
know what it is until Extra Life.
That's fine.
All right, sure.
Good.
That's
Also,
better because when you
I
find
feel
out
like-
what it is, you're gonna be so fucking excited.
Oh my god, he's gonna be so happy.
Speaking of Extra Life,
Mhm.
is there any way we can like maybe delay that, like maybe a week or two?
It's possible. I'll
Possible,
talk
yeah.
to Justin, Troll, Plank, and all that.
Doesn't
My
doesn't-
concern is Joe, because like he's
Yeah, doesn't
gonna
Joe already
use
have a
it.
flight?
Oh,
booked?
Joe. Yeah, Joe's flight's booked. Never mind.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of an issue.
He might be able to reschedule the flight, but like he's already asked for the time off from work, so I doubt.
Right. All right, there's probably a very good chance I won't make it then, but we'll see what happens.
Okay. Just keep me posted, I guess.
Yeah.
They finally Troll got the stream computer fixed up, so now it's finally working. He was having a lot of trouble with it, but we should have like just a computer separate that's streaming. That's like not going to be a fucking heat vent, and should be good to go
What is your update, by the way, Alex? I'm just, this
for living.
living situation. I'm
Install 4 houses this week. One of them was really good, but I also have a few other ones that I have written down, and I've contacted a realtor about them that I want to see this coming week.
Uh-huh.
So that's
So
where I'm at right
you're
now.
still looking to do like but it's basically the exact same situation, like the beds, baths thing, and basically the same size kind of thing. You're still
Yeah,
looking at like townhomes.
yeah. There was a conversation that happened this weekend that might have changed some things, but I don't
Hmm.
want to say that on air. So,
Uh-huh.
Sure.
but right now, we're still looking. And
Yeah, I'm
hopefully,
sure
like,
you can fill us in at any time. So.
yeah, I'll obviously let you guys know as soon as we found a place. The goal is to maybe have at least found a place by the end of this week.
Yeah.
But
Uh-huh.
I'm working all this week, like Monday through Friday.
Will
So
your brother be back in time to look?
he came back yesterday or today.
Oh, okay.
So he'll be here this week. Then he has to go back out again next week, unfortunately. So we're really pressed for time. So
Right.
it's a little stressful. But hopefully we can make it work. Is there any other news I missed while we're still on break?
I mean, probably. I haven't even looked at it yet, though. I was
I
assuming you missed it.
I got the SAG-AFTRA
Yeet.
news, Destiny microtransactions, PS4 price cut.
I like wanted to say something about news earlier and then I forgot.
You always
So
do
there's
this, don't
that. I know. I'm sorry.
Um, let's see, off the top of my head. Laura was officially announced, Street Fighter 5.
Yeah, Lara.
Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes came out. That's news.
A game that Chris loves.
Yeah, that game's pretty sweet.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too important. It's the Halo Fall of Reach. Blah, blah, blah.
Are you thinking about the Lara Croft season pass as well, Alex? I'm thinking about it, but I'm not.
Is
I'm
there
not
a
going.
season pass for the game?
Yeah, about like single player stuff, which
If
is
there's-
interesting and cool. But like,
Yeah.
if it's anything like Batman, it's like it'd be something I should like wait on a little bit longer to see like what it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't buy it out of the gate no matter what. But if it's like new tombs and stuff and like
That's exactly what it is.
oh, it's new tombs. I mean, I guess for in that case, I would wait and see what the tomb quality in the new Tomb Raider is. I'm sure it's gonna be better because I have like a lot of confidence in that team now. But I just I'd play it. But I'll probably play some of it. Yeah.
You know, it'd be a good idea for publishers to do would be like, oh, you can get this season pass for like $20 off if you get it now, and then like when the game's actually out, they just bring it up to like regular stupid fucking
Season pass price. Like you can get if you buy the game new, get it for like $10.
The Xbox One version of Shovel Knight was canceled.
Yeah,
That's right.
The
The
retail
retail.
version of
Yeah.
that was canceled. I saw that.
Oh, there was that great article with Patrick Klepek about the Everyone Goes to the Rapture developer.
Maybe I should check that out. I didn't hear about that. I did watch Patrick Klepek attempt the giant bomb level though, because Jeff Gerstmann wrote that post and I got really excited about it. Until Dawn sold really well, surpassed expectations. You like that game a lot, right, Jacob?
I like that game a lot.
I didn't actually get to hear what you thought of it.
I was a big fan.
Seems like a Jacob game.
It
Oh,
seems
yeah.
like a Jacob game, yeah.
That'll qualify as one for sure.
I'm throwing out all these hot recommendations for you this year. I feel pretty good about it. I think I've got a good
That game
idea.
was on my radio. I
On your
mean,
radio?
I was reading something when I said that. That's why I said that game was on my radio, on my radar.
Yeah.
But yeah, Life is Strange. I'll give you that one.
All right, that's good.
God
Nice.
damn. Let's talk about Life is Strange forever.
Navashin, do you want to be on the Spoilercast finale?
As far as we got, I mean, as far as y'all guys got, like, probably not.
Okay. That's fine. All right, I'm bringing it back. Y'all ready?
Yeet.
I'll take Jacob's yes as everyone's yes.
Sorry.
As you all know. No, it's I'm glad that you said something. And we are returned. No, Shin. You welcome returned.
Yeah, that threw me off.
Yeah, I know. Scott, what have you been playing?
2 games.
Tell me
Kingdom
about
Hearts?
the first one. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Get the whiskey going.
Why this is a big sigh, like coming off the internet. Just like,
And yeah, so all I did this week in Kingdom Hearts is
Yeah.
I just beat Roxas.
Fuck yeah! Woo! High
So
five.
you want me to tell you how he did it?
No, let's not torture these poor people
Just
too much. Unless
You-
you
you
really
don't- you
want to
don't-
talk about it.
a little bit,
Okay.
because I also had Sean watch me.
Okay.
Yeah, he's into Kingdom Hearts. I'm.
Sean
We
is
have to,
Scott's
you know-
brother.
Yeah, I think they know that.
I hope so.
Yeah, so I had him watch me, and I was going about it all wrong.
Mhm.
So the strategy I've been using is jump over Roxas' initial attack and attack him in the air, but right before you hit the ground. So your combo timer resets, but his flinch timer doesn't. So you go through the combo where you hit him down, hit him up in the air, and that's pretty much a bar and a half gone already. The problem with that strategy is that he immediately starts throwing out the beams, and from there it is that much harder to get your 2 extra reaction command keyblade attacks,
Yeah.
which
True.
it completely screws you over, especially if you don't have a second chance.
Yeah. Like
The-
Scott.
So, instead, I decided to pull back from the fight and not do anything until I could trigger that reaction command.
Okay. Interesting. I
So
like this
after
idea.
that, after you get it, you can just go ham on him
Mhm.
because you're going to have once more by the time you get there. If you're smart and you put something into defense,
Mhm.
which like double up on defense for your playthrough.
Yeah. Good to know.
I wish I did it.
Huh.
I was
So-
thinking like that's probably the route I would go is just like double pick defense so you can
Okay, you're just going to get a second chance and once more that much quicker, and that's going to make your life that much easier.
Yep.
So you go ahead and you do that. You get that first reaction command, and that's all you really need.
Mhm.
Because from there, you have a combo with that does 2 bars every time you pull it off, just about. He's only got around, I didn't count, but I'm pretty sure it's like 5, maybe half a 6. So that's 2 bars per combo, which is your ground combo. Then you use your finishing smash, finishing leap, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Then it knocks him into the air, and then you have 2 finishes up there. And having that is important
Yeah.
because after he hits you with his retaliation back to the ground, while you're still in midair, you switch to limit form. And you can kill him in limit form because the extra keyblades does extra damage for all of their abilities in limit form.
Damn.
And you only use your magic for healing off of Sonic Rave.
Okay.
And you'll do enough damage to kill him without having to do the reversal, which is you have to know it's coming because you have less than half of a second to hit that button.
Yeah. Okay. So you fucking like worked it so it was just like this one incredible combo.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I like it.
Also, if he if he goes into the middle and starts shooting his magic beams, I think you're screwed.
I think that's just game over.
Yeah, because if he's going to be, if you do this right, he's going to be more than halfway done, and you're probably not going to have limit for him anymore.
Yeah.
If you have limit for him, you might be okay.
Yeah.
But at that time, if he goes up in there, by that time you're probably not going to have magic, which means you're going to have to burn limit for him to survive,
Yeah.
or you're just not going to have limit for him.
Yeah, or else you're just fucked.
Yep.
Alright.
So that's basically how that fight goes down.
So you finish that, and then you put the controller down, and you're like, alright, I just need a break now.
Kinda.
How many attempts do you think it took you?
In total, I want to say around 12. So not too many.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still had to throw myself at it a bunch of times.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm glad that you found a strategy for
Mm-hmm.
it. I'll keep that strategy, that hot strat, in mind when I play.
Down to 13 days now, Scott.
You only got 13 days, Scott.
Hey, with him out of the way, I can at least finish the game.
Yeah, you'll be okay.
The data recreations and the grinding, no. But
Yeah,
we already knew
yeah.
that.
Yeah, but I told you I didn't need it back till like December or so.
hmm
You'll have some extra time.
So, and then the second game, I picked up Undertale.
Oh, Undertale. I've really, really wanted to try this out.
Do it.
Have you done the whole finishing
Just
it?
do it.
Okay.
Just do it.
Just do it!
Don't get arrested.
Do it.
So, yeah. Starting from the top. Turn-based RPG where the active element to spice it up is a bullet hell whenever it's the enemy's turn.
Huh.
You get to dodge pretty much every single one of the enemy's attacks within the confines of your box that they give you. And the other big pool is that every action that you take has a reaction that you get from other people in the game.
Yeah, and like you can like talk people out of fighting you, right?
Yep.
Like
You
you
can
don't
talk
have
it,
to
you
kill
can-
anyone.
Nope.
Hmm.
That is the first playthrough I did.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty used to turn-based games. Normally you kill everybody, like everybody. So
Doing that
like,
differently was fun for you.
doing it differently was fun. It's still difficult because you still have to dodge attacks. Games got a really good sense of humor.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
They also have your very bad sense of humor too.
Sounds like
it,
I'll enjoy
it actually feels like you wrote it.
Are you sure you didn't make this game? Is this Alex
the
O'Neill,
other-
the MMORPG? Is this it?
I mean, there are screenshots.
The other thing
of
is
Undertale I've
that
seen
they,
that's like Alex O'Neill made this. I think.
Okay.
The other thing is this is the first game where I don't want to go through the second playthrough, but I have to because I think the boss fight for the genocide run through of this game is a contender for best boss fight of the year.
Okay. Have you seen it and you wanted to play it?
I've seen it. Now I have to try it
Okay.
because it is a fight. It is a fight against one of the more clever people in the game, and the fight itself is a very clever representation of what he's trying to do.
Okay.
So
I appreciate
it's
not giving
good.
too much away there.
I'm trying to give as little away as I possibly can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched a streamer play this on Twitch, and he ripped the game to shreds. So I just assumed it was a bad game. So
I've heard
Sounds
that
like an asshole.
there's a reason enough there are a lot of reasons to go back and do multiple playthroughs.
Oh yeah. The only one tip the only one tip I would give you is do not do the kill everybody playthrough first.
Okay.
Because you can't get the full ending of the save everybody playthrough.
Okay. At
or
any
the
point.
not killing everybody. You can't get the full ending of that one.
Okay.
Although I believe you can get the full story out of it, which is super important because I've only done the not kill everybody side,
Mm-hmm.
or kill no one side,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm missing the small part of the story. There's still a few holes, and you get those by doing the kill everybody side. So now I have to, and I really don't want to.
Why? Just because you
I'd rather do any other playthrough right now.
you don't want to have to kill everyone in that game.
Yep.
That's interesting. All right.
Like, and take it as a contrast. Whereas I couldn't give two shits if I was Paragon or Renegade in Mass Effect. I couldn't give two shits if I was a good or evil in Infamous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dreading this playthrough.
Okay.
I'd pick it up if I were you.
Okay. It's on my list. So.
Right next to Dusty Elysian Tale.
Yeah, right next to Dust. No, it's a little higher up than Dust.
Yeah. No, you can skip this. You can skip Dust.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a little late to the party on that one. It's that and Transistor I'll get to someday.
No, you can just skip Transistor forever.
No, I don't want.
You could do that forever.
I could do a lot of things forever. Like just
No.
listen to audiobooks.
Just one audiobook.
Just one audiobook. I'm already anticipating my second listen through, so yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, good.
Can I give you some suggestions to try anything else?
Yeah. What's your hot audiobook right now, Jacob?
I'm listening to It's called 14
Mm-hmm.
by Peter Klein. It's about this guy who moves into this apartment building and finds all these, like, it's like super cheap apartment in LA, like $500 for rent. It's like unheard of, basically. Yeah. And he moves in and he's like, oh, let's figure it out. And there's like a lot of shit that's weird with that apartment, and it's just them.
Ghosts.
And I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's not Ghost, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. But it's like apartment 14 has like 5 locks on it. No one can go in. One of the doors just doesn't have a doorknob. No one can go in that door. His door, one light in his door, one light in his kitchen. No matter what kind of light bulb he puts in, it emits black light.
That's awesome.
It's like a really cool miss. It's like a super easy read. Not going to win any literature awards by any means, but it's really fun. Like
Clearly,
it's like
clearly quality of writing isn't the most important thing to me.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, it's like the mystery was awesome, and like the twists and stuff at the end are like really cool too. So I'm a big fan. 14 by Peter Klein. Check it out.
All right. That was a reading corner with Jacob.
Sorry.
No, that was interesting. Nabishin, what about you? How about you tell me about some video games?
I can do that.
How is Mario Maker? How is the worst level that you've ever played in Mario? No, I'm just kidding. Nabishin's not actually going to tell us that.
I mean, Mario Maker is still great. It's just it's just super fun just to play every time. It's like just something I just go back to every once in a while. Like anytime, like of course, like like you see something from Game Grumps, it's like, oh, Ross made that level. Oh, that looks super fucked up. I want to give it a shot, so I give it a shot. And it's like, oh wow, this is really super fucked up. So just move on to the next thing or whatever.
There are all these fucking Yoshis, and I guess not talk about it ever again.
Yeah, but like it's still really really fun to play. It's just like just this level of like it's hard to describe because you're just playing these Super Mario games that you've just played for years and years and years, and it's just like everything just turned on its head. It's just a really fun game. I feel like it's almost like to the point like almost anyone can play it. It's just a matter of what you get out of it. It's like whether you just like making levels or you just like seeing people playing those levels, or you just like playing those levels yourself. And like I'm like more in the latter two, but like seeing how like people just come up with their levels and like seeing it actually get made, like how the sausage is being made and everything like that. It's just super fascinating, and just to see how it actually works. Like, I'm gonna put a hammer butter on one of those clown copters and have them shoot missiles at the same time, and you could actually do that in that game. So that's like really really cool.
I like that we're a month out now, and it seems like that quality is just going up still. It hasn't really tapered off. Like, I guess maybe less people are playing it probably because that's just normal, but it seems like the people that got into it have just gotten deeper into it now, and they're still finding new ways to subvert kind of your expectations with new levels and stuff. So
Like one of the giant bomb levels, like we had to like use a power block to actually like use it for as a platform. So you have to actually learn how to carry. You have to learn how to like drop something while kicking it off, and that's like something you never really thought of. But doing in the Mario game, you could totally do that. Or like one of the Ross's level, you have to like drop the spring, or like it'll fall into the lava. So you have to actually learn that how you're supposed to like drop something without like letting it fall off. So there's like this super cool stuff like that that you just you pick up. Like you learn stuff that you never knew about in Mario games that you played for like since you were a kid, and you still like learn new things. It's just really really interesting. It's like it's like a Pac-Man DX of Mario games. It's just like just bringing it back to something as fresh as ever, even though it's basically just the same concept all over again. So it's just really really cool.
that's a really good way to put it, I think. The championship Pac-Man.
Yeah, but yeah, Mario Maker's awesome.
Cool.
We already talked about Star Wars Battlefront. It looks really cool. Not my type of game, but it looks really cool.
It's a damn good looking game. That is for sure.
Play Super Meat Boy. That was on PlayStation Plus.
PlayStation platforms for the first time.
Yeah. And that game's still just amazing to play. It's so much fun to play. It's really really good. But oh my god, did they fuck up that soundtrack? Like it just.
What did they do?
No, like you know his name, Alex. I can't remember his name. The guy that's the soundtrack for Super Meat Boy.
Is it? Oh god,
I think it's like DB's initials. I'm not quite sure. I might be wrong with that.
I'll find it. It's in my iTunes library. So.
But anyway, like for whatever reason, like they couldn't get the licensing for his music to be in that game. So like, it's like they had to make so the music in this game is like it's similar but it's different, but all at the same time it's like really really bad. The soundtrack is not good at that game whatsoever, and it's like it's super distracting how because like you knew like how good the soundtrack of Super Meat Boy was, like you know that instantly, and
Yep.
but when you really like think about it, it's like oh like like whatever, it's like you know like it's a good soundtrack.
No. It is not whatever in Super Meat Boy.
No, I'm just saying like at first,
I know.
it's something you don't realize until it's gone. It's like cause I love that soundtrack. That soundtrack was amazing, and it's just like because like you get your juices flowing, and like you just like when you do these epic jumps, like you feel like you're going right along with the music. So it's amazing. But you think of like kind of like a background noise as well. So it's like okay, whatever. So like when because I didn't know about this at first, and like when I played the game, I'm like, what the fuck happened? And then like when I started playing it, I was like, this is super distracting. Like just hearing this different music while I'm like going through this level, like it's crazy. Like how much that affected my gameplay, and it's like it's almost like half that game is just gone when I played that game. And
Danny Baranowski, that's what it was.
Yeah, DB, I knew it was right. And like. It's just that's a really interesting thing. It's like man, so like I literally had to play that game on mute now to even like get through it.
That's crazy that they.
I mean, it's free on PlayStation Plus. Like just try it for yourself and just see how distracting that is. Like it's a really interesting thing. Like I mean, like I of course I love video game soundtrack, but I never thought like something like that could distract me from a game like that. Whereas like you think you just focus mostly on the gameplay and then like that's it. But like if it's a good soundtrack and like if it's completely gone and replaced with something else that's tried to imitate it, but imitate it in a really bad way, it's just really really distracting. Like have Ethan like just try it out and just see.
Very true.
Yeah, I will guarantee you he'll like whoa, this is like just so distracting.
Yeah, that's super weird. I didn't know about that, so that's kind of upsetting. Because you're right, like the best part about Super Meat Boy's soundtrack, I guess, is that it fit, but it was unintrusive. And like it's the way I think of it to an experience for me. If like you played Spelunky with a different soundtrack, you'd probably be fucking ruined. Just because like that music's really good, but it also doesn't take up too much of the kind of the front end of that game. But like especially for me, music in games has become like one of the things I notice the most now, like as opposed to like 3 years ago when I barely even noticed it. So yeah, that'd probably fucking drive me insane.
Yeah.
That's upsetting.
But it's still a great game though, and it's even great on Vita. Like I was having a great time playing that. Like like since it's like everything's on the cloud save, you don't have to worry about like having to like sync up your trophy, sync up your save data from one system to another. So like as long as you have online, you'll just like immediately just go into like the level you were at. So that's like super cool and convenient. So yeah, Super Meat Boy is awesome game.
Awesome.
Just put it on mute when you play it, and you'll have a great time. Other than that, went back into Till Dawn a little bit. Just for weirdly enough, because just to see the extras, I realized like, oh, I never looked at the extras to this game. So like, since I got all the collectibles and stuff like that, so I got like the full backstory of like the kind of like the prologue before the game even started. So I saw like the original like not it isn't called a Wendigo, it's called something else. I'm just realizing how like how spoilerly I am right now. So
That's
my
fine.
bad.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like it's a weird thing. It's just really
like a kind of like an introduction to the plot, the area.
It's an introduction to how everything got started, how yeah, see, I'm talking. I can't really talk about it. It's
Okay.
kind of a little bit too squirrely.
Okay.
But yeah, I recommend that just to do that, and then I saw like the back behind the scenes stuff to see how that all played out, and it's really cool stuff. I'm always interested in that type of stuff. So
Yeah.
but yeah, that's the only reason I played it Until Dawn was to do that. I'm really close to that platinum too. I just gotta like kill a couple of people and like just be like a complete asshole, and then like yeah, I could just get that platinum if I wanted to. It's just a matter of just playing differently,
Yeah.
which I kind of like don't like doing, but like in the same way I kind of do at the same time for this type of game at least. So
I might go back and try and get the platinum before, since we're in October and it is Halloween month, I guess, since it lasts a whole month now. But yeah, I've been thinking about going back to it as well. I just love that game so much. So
yeah, indeed.
it is. Jacob agrees.
Fucking love that game.
What else?
More Persona 4 Dancing All Night. That's like pretty much that game is pretty much just like I just want to play, or I need to distract myself for like maybe like 15 minutes, so I just fire that up and like do like a couple of songs and like go back to the whatever other thing I was doing. But like I got majority of the songs. Like, probably the only one I don't have is like I forget what it's called. The main battle theme for Persona 4.
Oh, My True Self? Face True Self?
Is that what? Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking about Pursue My True Self. That's
My True Self. Yeah.
no, Pursue My True Self is the intro for the first Persona game.
For Persona 4 Flat.
Yeah, the
But
original intro.
there's a different version of that.
Oh,
that's
Reach Out to
in-
the Truth. I think
Reach
it's
Out to
called.
the Truth. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah. That's like the only one I haven't gotten yet. As far as like music, because like I've like is that in the Velvet Room? That's those are two themes I haven't gotten yet. And that's just like just playing through like all the different ones that you haven't tried yet, and just just playing through it and like after you beat it, you'll unlock new songs. So I just have to do that. But yeah, that game's still great. It's so much fun to play, and like
You're never gonna play that story, are you? You're just gonna dance.
I might not. Honestly, I just might not. It's too much fun to still play.
Yeah, you don't do a lot of playing in the story, that's for sure.
Yeah, and like I bought the new DLC. I got Marie, and like she does the breakout theme that's on Persona 4 Ultimate, so she dances to that.
Awesome.
Yeah, so yeah, that game's so good. It's so much fun to play.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that game. I fired up The Witcher 3 because the update was out. just to see like one reason I fired it up was to see if it fixed one of the DLCs. One of the free DLCs for The Witcher 3 was like where you like had to confront all these monsters and like they're like trying to like grill you like, oh, you killed a whole bunch of monsters. It's like, no, I didn't. Like, I'm actually a good guy. Like, oh, okay, then a lycanthrope is trying to like fucking kill you after that. And like every time I fight the werewolf, like it always like just glitches out. Like I can't get past that part. Like, after I kill it, I can't go past that part. I was trying to see if they fixed that. They fucking didn't. So yeah, so that's the thing that I have to still wait for if that ever gets fixed. And like when I loaded up my my New Game Plus save, like all my armor was gone, so I was pretty much in my underwear.
Weird.
So that was like that was a weird thing, and like it was completely just gone from my inventory.
Shit.
So that was a weird dumb thing. So like I had to like leave because I was replaying the part where you were with Kira underground following the wild hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I know. Don't worry. I'm up to date. Yeah.
Okay. So I was playing that part, so I had to like pretty much leave her in that cave and like find my way out the exit, go into like one of my chests where I had my old armor at, and just put on one of my old armors to go all the way back to actually finish that mission.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a little bit of a thing, but it's what I expect from The Witcher, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. You're primed and ready for that expansion on Tuesday.
Oh yeah. I'm super pumped for it. One of the cool things about the addition the patch that just did is that they added more dialogue into this one, whereas like if you went with like if you went with Trish, like you didn't really get too much of like of a relationship like conversation when you didn't choose Jennifer, because you know Jennifer's obviously the one you're supposed to choose. I mean that's just the truth.
I disagree.
I think it was like you didn't get enough dialogue because you were making a poor decision.
It was more of like, you know, like it didn't seem like you were in a relationship. I think at the time, like at least that's what I think. What I read about it, because like for me it was perfectly fine, but like they said it was a more additional dialogue.
Well, I think the implication is that if you've played 1 and 2, you have a relationship with Triss.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
Okay.
So like I never saw it as like, oh, they're railroading you to try and be with Yennefer. I always just saw it as like, you know,
It's just you speak so much about Yennefer, but never to her.
yeah.
So like you have to develop a relationship that you might not have as a player, because if you had never read the books, you don't know who this person is.
Yeah.
Only that he was looking for her. And
Yeah.
B, that he has never met, like, even up until this point, he had amnesia for most of these games.
Mhm.
So his relationship with Yennefer might also be questionable. He doesn't really know what's going on either.
Yeah.
So
Right.
So that's how I interpreted it.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, they added more dialogue into the game, so like I'm just really interested, like how that plays out now, because like this was supposed to be like my Yennefer playthrough, just to see how that turns out with her. But now like since Trish was my original playthrough, and like they said they added more dialogue for that, I was like, I'll probably just do that again, because why not?
And then you'll never do Yennefer because
No, I'll totally do Yennefer. Because like I don't regret my decision, but
Yeah.
like it was definitely like I always told you, like
it was a difficult decision for the first
yeah, because like it was it's just like you were saying, like I didn't know who Yennefer was, but like it was exactly like in Catherine, where it's like you're not exposed to like Catherine with a K like the majority of the game, and like she just seems too needy and wanting and stuff like that. But like as soon as like you get to the point where she dumps you, and like you see what relationship you did have, it's like, oh, okay, then we actually did have something, and you're actually like something I actually do care about.
Don't know
So,
what you
like,
got till it's gone, man.
yeah, so it was like it's like when you actually hang out with Yennefer and actually like have like normal conversations, like, oh yeah, she's great, but like I already chose Trish, so like I'm not gonna try to like fuck this up. So
It's been my friend Chris has been playing through the game for the first time. He never played the first or second one. He fucking adores the Witcher 3. He's like, you know, losing his goddamn mind about like just it's exactly what he wants out of an RPG. As someone who really likes, he's someone I play tabletop role-playing games with. He loves the tabletop experience because he loves how detailed and in-depth it can be if you really commit to it, which is something that I love about it as well. And he just loves how like new the gameplay can be, like how like it just throws stuff at you, and like how much of value and depth there is to like everything you do in that game. Like he was talking about and this quest, the Skellige quest, where you go to this tavern to find out about a hunt, and then these two dudes are like, we don't like your kind, and then this other guy comes up and he's like, whoa, back the fuck up, and then you have a drink with the guy, and then you bond pretty quickly because he seems cool, and then you go kill the beast, come back, and then you have to kill those two guys, and then you get sent to prison, and all this stuff happens. And it's just like that happens because you were like, I'm gonna go kill this monster, like how just emergent that is. And he loved that, for example, and he's like, it's interesting hearing like, because he was like the person who was like, man, fuck Yennefer, Triss all the way, she's adorable. Like before he even got to Yennefer, I'm like, just wait. Just wait.
Exactly.
And then like the first time I talked to him about it, he's like, man, fuck, I don't even, there's something there. I don't know how I feel anymore. And then later he's like decided to go the full Triss bandwagon after the Jinn quest. So
it was the same with me.
and I had the opposite feeling. It was just interesting to talk to him about it. So. And talking to him about it, I'm like, man, that game's so good. Fuck, I need to play through it again, but I don't have enough time. There is not enough time in the world. Yeah, I like that game. I'm ready for the expansion.
Oh yeah, and like the reviews are already out, and it's
good.
Yeah. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
So we'll be talking about that next week.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Witcher 3 is still like my favorite game this year.
Jarrett, Jacob, did you guys both finish that?
Yeah.
Did I finish Witcher 3?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I hadn't talked to you guys about it. Did you like how everything played out?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jacob. Yeah, it's good. What bandwagon were you on? Were you on the Triss or the Yennefer?
Triss, come on.
Okay.
Jared?
Bye.
I feel like I've spoken very clearly here.
Yes,
about
yes,
what the
yeah. That's what I was saying earlier.
Okay.
Wait, I want to hear some of that. I picked up on any of it. Jarrett?
The right decision is not Triss.
Yeah. Oh.
It's my man.
Granted, I also have a bias because I know the
lore, man,
a little bit more than like the average player.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a relationship with Yennefer.
Yeah.
Like, so it, like when I played my journey through The Witcher 1 and 2 was bringing Geralt back to Yennefer.
Yeah.
Even if she is a giant dick.
Yeah,
but she's like great.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with her, but Jess is cooler. Better.
This is one of those few. It's not like Mass Effect where like people hate on me for choosing Miranda or whatever or Liara.
Who did that?
Oh yeah, I wonder.
I will.
Fuck you, Nubs. Who would do that? But like I could totally see it going either way with Triss and Yennefer. They're just like such great characters.
Yeah, like
so well developed.
Like Katie's almost done with the game now. Like she's literally like right by the end, and I've been watching her. Whenever she gets around to playing The Witcher 3, it's like her relationship with Yennefer. Because like I haven't had that as far as like some of the dialogue that you have with her and everything. So like it's been really great and interesting stuff. Like because she's completely in love with Yennefer.
I feel you.
Yeah, so.
I think it's so interesting, especially in this particular game, when you narrow down the options. Like Mass Effect kind of has a
too many
plethora, maybe too many options of like romantic interests, where you kind of get to commoditize, if that's a word, close enough. Sort of like the idea of like being in a relationship with these people.
Yeah.
And they string you with the idea that you're all on this fucking dangerous ass mission, so hormones happen.
So it's basically just a harem.
Right. So like, whoever, do you like this blue chick or do you like this purple chick? Like, what are you into? But when there's really only two people that Geralt, who's a wanderer, Geralt has very little friends, very little very little actual physical ability to be emotionally attached to too many things.
Mm-hmm.
So he really only has two options narrowed down for him, and they're very opposite options. Like there are people in Mass Effect who are kind of alike, but there's like you either are Triss people or you're Yennefer people, and like there's really no crossover.
Yeah, and I like that because it's just two options. They monopolize on that time well,
Right.
And that like they make those options like really deep, really interesting characters as well.
And Geralt like is different around both of them. He treats them both very differently.
Yeah.
It's fun.
God, that game is so goddamn good.
So fucking good. This is like anytime I talk about Witcher with Chris, it's just like I think about it. I'm like, God, fuck, man, that game, Jesus.
It's the best Geralt you get is when he's around one of them, because mostly it's just Geralt kind of like being Kiefer Sutherland in Metal Gear Solid. Just like,
just not talking. And then he's like, Afghanistan.
Geralt's just like knows shit. He's just Mr. Grizzly fucking dude.
Yeah.
But when he's around either Triss or Yennefer, he has to be a person. He has to be whatever person these people like about him.
Yeah.
And they
Because
happen
he
to be
cares what they
people.
think, and it's like so different than how he normally is.
He doesn't want to just stab this dude.
Yeah.
He wants to actually listen to Triss and like protect her, or he wants to like get shit on by Yennefer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take your shit on me, girl.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Say some nasty stuff, please.
I'll help you make your spell. I don't give
Yeah.
a fuck.
Also, talking about that moment where you just get drunk with your bros.
Oh, that's my favorite part of the game.
Yeah, it's so fucking good.
Oh,
Sorry, Nabishan, I'm making the pangs come back. At least there's more of that game next week. So
yeah.
How much does that DLC cost?
it is $8.50 right now if you have a PlayStation Plus. It's $10 otherwise.
How big is it? How much?
It's like
It's an
10 to 20
expansion.
hours of new stuff.
Yeah.
So and the expansion pass is only $25. So I got the PlayStation Plus price because I'm thinking about it, and if the next expansion is $15 and it's also on sale for PlayStation Plus, then I'll have actually spent less money than getting the expansion pass, which is kind of fucked up, but whatever. Here we are. All right. What else, Nabishan? Let's keep going.
Yeah. Beat Danganronpa, another episode. Ultra's Despair Girls.
What's the verdict?
That game is fucking good, bro. You should play it.
The game's fucking good, bruh.
I should play it. That's all I need to hear.
They pumped those motherfuckers out fast.
I mean, they've been out in Japan for a while.
Yeah, but
Like
It was
the original two were PSP games, so. But yes, they did. They're
there's
making
still
a
like
third one.
not a lot of delay between them, though. You'd think they'd be like, we'll wait more than 7 months before.
Yeah, I mean, the first two came out in the same year.
Yeah.
You played the first two.
I played the first two. Yeah.
You like them a lot.
I do.
Forgot about that. Yeah, I don't know. If Nabishan says I should play this, then I will play it.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing it. It's picking it up at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slow burn at first. Like you'll be really interested in the world, but like the gameplay will kind of hold you back a little bit just because it's not as bad. It's just like it's not very interesting at first. And especially because of the lack of Monokuma. That's a really big like negative.
Oh, really? I did not know that Monokuma wasn't in this one.
Well, Monokuma's in it, but like the personality of Monokuma is not in it. So it's just like one of those things. It's like you'll have some handsome Jack on the radio talk to you every 5 seconds to make the game interesting.
So does
But
it?
but yes, it picks up like hell of a lot by the end. The warriors I hope are like seriously fucked up children, but like they have legit reasons to be fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a really just like beginning to end like interesting game as far as like storytelling and everything like that. Yeah. And I have to put this out there because like this kind of like not really messed me up, but like like it brought up expectations where it really shouldn't have been. But like if you ever search for this game on Google search and look at Google images and stuff like that, like be wary of as far as like what you're looking at, because like some of those images that are like our screenshots are like fan made. So like if you play Danganronpa 2, and like you see certain characters from that game.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the screenshot that says like from another episode, like oh shit, like I might see that character in the game. Like you actually won't, because like they're really goodly drawn, like just fan made like screenshots for the game. So like don't be fooled by that. So because I was expecting something and like I never got that, so I was like oh okay. And
It was
then
like the opposite of what we talked about last week, when Sean saw that Joel in that certain shirt. He was waiting to see it, and he knew there was still stuff left of that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like you were expecting this, and it never happened. That's kind of better, though, I feel like.
Yeah, sure, because like I still got something really great at the end, that connects to 2 games. But like yeah, like it's just really interesting. Like and it leads up to like obviously Danganronpa 2, and like he kind of alludes to Danganronpa 3. So like it's just really really interesting stuff.
Do you have a better idea of what 3 might be about now?
Not exactly, but I know like how certain things will play out and how characters will return.
Okay, that's good. All right, Dragon Grandpa. I'm gonna pick it up at some point. So.
Any only other games I played with the Nathan Tree collections is good. 60 frames is cool. I don't really notice it, like the difference anymore as far as like 30 frames, 60 frames. So like unless I go back to the original game, it'll look weird. I'm playing the Drake's Fortune, so like that's like that's an old video game. So you're shooting a lot and you're in a cover a lot, but like it's still really great because it's still really fun because it's Uncharted. But it's very last gen when you play that one. So I'll be really jazzed when I get to 2 and 3 again.
So play that and Gears of War together.
Oh man, like playing Gears, like I said, like that your partner AI being so fucking dumb in that game, that really like hampers that game.
Mm-hmm.
But seeing that you're being by yourself and like and your partner can't die like every 5 seconds because like they're in the fucking dark when you're not supposed to be, because you're a goddamn idiot.
Yeah.
Like that makes that game go by a lot smoother, but like it also makes you realize how long the first game is.
Yeah.
Because I'm more than halfway through, and I played it like all day yesterday. So like but I'm only like I barely even saw like I haven't reunited with Sully yet, and that's how long that game has been so far. And I've been playing for maybe like 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah,
now.
like it's when you get to like the monsters at the end too. It's like, oh, there's like 5 more hours of this.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, that game's still really great though. I'm playing it on hard because I won't do crushing until I'm ready to do my platinum rush for that game, which will be later on.
I played through that game on crushing, and I got to the boat at the end, and it was too hard.
Fucking too hard.
And I put it down, right? And then my PlayStation 3 yellow lighted, and now I'll never get that trophy. 1 trophy away from the platinum.
Yeah, PlayStation 3 yellow lighted.
This was my original PlayStation 3.
Oh, okay.
Forever
I
ago.
was like, I was like, whoa, wait a second. Did this happen recently?
no,
I was
no.
like, again?
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is mine.
Yeah, sweet Kingdom Hearts forever. No.
Well, no, I'd hand it back to you anyway.
Yeah, you mockingly laugh at me when you did.
He won't play Kingdom Hearts 2.
No, yeah, that was like my first PlayStation 3 when I was like close to the Little Big Planet 1, Ratchet and Clank, Crack in Time, and Dead Space 1 and Uncharted 1 Platinums, and I lost all those save datas. So
Yeah, my yellow light like pretty much right after I got my Little Big Planet Platinum, so that was a good thing for me. But like,
but you
oh
can
my
never
god,
go back to that game now.
yeah, no. But yeah, that game's so great. I can't wait to get to 2 and 3. And the other game I was playing is Sky 5, which is great stuff. It's more of the same, but like it brought all the enhancements from the Sky ID 2, which is great. Like the thing is like like introducing new characters and like their motivations is like they're all overlords from like different universes, and like they all want like they're trying to like come together to fight this guy named Void Dark to get their vengeance on them. So they're aligning their revenge against Void Dark for their vengeance all together. So it's like just building an army, which is weird because it's like I just got finished playing Metal Gear, but now this is the first time in the Sky where you have to like capture enemies so you can bring them back to your base. So like to form like a rally against like this other guy. So like that's a new thing that's like kind of weird. bringing to a Disgaea game. But yeah, it's just more Disgaea. Like Laharl flown in, like, and it's not on it, so like they're always been my glue for the Disgaea games, as far as that trio was like the best thing about this series. That's why I like loved D2 so much. And 5 had like different characters who are great, and I like Hylia, and I like Seraphina, and the other ones, but like
Those other fuckers.
I've got to learn their names.
Yeah.
But it won't be like that trio. That trio is like the best trio to me. So like it's still good though. That's why D2 was like probably like the best thing for me last year, or whatever year that was when I played it. But yeah, that game's great. I can't wait to play more of it. Kind of a bad time for it to come out, because like I'll be playing Nathan Drake Collection, and Persona 4 has been like keeping me distracted as well. But like I'll still be playing that. Hopefully I'll get through it like sometime soon. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's everything. A lot of video games.
Yeah, man, you fucking played everything in A Mother's Uncle this week. I like it.
I gotta carry that weight that Scott and Tony.
Yeah, filling that gap. All right, then how about we talk about some news?
All right.
How's that sound?
That's pretty good.
I'm gonna make sure this is loud enough.
Nope, not loud enough.
News.
Louder.
It doesn't get any louder, Scott. I don't know what to do. Let's talk about some news. Who's?
Yeah, I like the news and gaming track. Louder, please.
Can I get the just one more time, just louder? Guys,
Turn
the
up my headphones.
the PlayStation 4 is now $349.99 in North America and Canada. Well, in North America and Canada, it's $429.99. So, suck it, Canada. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so like this, this was announced on October 8th, and it went into effect on October 9th, which was yesterday from the day we're recording. So yeah, weird, right? I mean, like not surprising, but it's like they just are like, oh, by the way, it's cheaper now. I guess go fucking whatever.
Well, I mean, I guess this is about the same time the PS3 got discounted. People say, the PS3 needed to because it was A, way overpriced and B, losing.
Yeah.
And that's why it was a big deal when they did it then. But at this point, they have a very, very big lead.
Yep.
As far as hardware sales are concerned. They don't have any exclusives really coming out in the holiday season. So the next card to play is all of their third-party partnerships that are like real big this year, including Destiny and Call of Duty, make the association with the PlayStation 3 even sweeter by lowering the price, $50.
Yep.
Now the price drop becomes like the news.
Yeah, the only thing that's off to me is just like, I guess how they announce it, which was just saying, which is like putting out a
Get
press
ready
release.
to go. It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Target
It's tomorrow,
kind of
like-
fucked it up for them, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like it seems so matter of fact, and like all of us kind of thought that this was going to happen. I didn't think it would happen for maybe like a little bit longer, but
I figured it'd happen before. I mean, for like the holiday season. Before that.
yeah, I thought they would just leave this holiday season alone because obviously they're fine. But I guess you're right, Jared. They don't have any exclusives. This
Like they
is-
can't look like they're just resting on their laurels here.
Yeah.
Even if that's not really the case, because the average consumer doesn't really give a fuck about the politics of it all.
Yeah.
But I expected a price drop. I expected it to be a Paris Games Week like announcement,
Yeah.
but not just like by the way, in 2 days you can get this.
Yeah,
for
like
cheaper.
that's
If you're gonna buy it today, don't wait a second. Wait till Friday.
wait like a day. Friday? Maybe it has Friday sound. Is this good? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so.
I think it would have been better if they said that.
Yeah, like does Friday sound good? All right, cool. We'll drop drop Friday.
We'll let him know on Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday.
These
Maybe it's like Deus Ex. If enough people pre-order it, then the price will drop 4 days.
I'm so glad they abandoned that.
Yeah, me too.
Like publicly, they're like, "All right, we heard you. This is shitty. We're sorry."
Yeah, they were just like, we fucked up. Now it comes out on this day for everyone. I don't know if it's 4 days early still.
That's fucking stupid.
February 22nd or whatever.
Like thing like I'm still like questioning from both Sony and Microsoft, honestly, is like when are they gonna fucking drop the price for like the 360 and PS3 because they're still
Yeah.
like uber expensive. Like
Yeah, the
I would
PS3 is
think
still 300, right?
I think it's like maybe like 200 or something
It
right
might be
now, but
250. I don't know.
you know you would think they'd be like at $100 now, like just to like rake up some easy money.
Yeah,
But
it's just like, like back in 2008 when the PS2 dropped to 100 or whatever. It was around then. I think it was a little bit before. It was like, man, PS2 is like a great, like even like 2007, 2006, it was like a great thing to get still. And I can confidently say that even more about PS3 and 360 because those games are in HD. And like playing Alan Wake, it's not like the best looking game ever, but it holds up.
I
So
think the issue though is the want to separate from last generation is far greater this generation.
hmm
Like it wasn't even a year before games just started abandoning like last gen versions of things they were making.
hmm
Um, it's actually, I don't know. I mean, I can't quantify this with real numbers, but it feels like um, more so than any other generation have last generation versions of shit just been canceled. Um, like even Activision, who was like the leader, them and EA, the leader of supporting last gen way longer than they should,
yeah,
like has
even
pretty
they're kind
much like de facto like given up on last gen.
yeah,
Only 2 years in, like they have
yeah.
huge install bases, but the truth is like it's probably better business to just focus on getting people to buy the new consoles.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like publishers, I feel like everyone, especially with how people were talking about the new consoles, were like super hesitant to kind of like dive into the new consoles, like but like it's a bigger difference from PS2 slash Xbox to 360 PS3 of like these consoles are selling like stupid fast, like
That and the digital content is like proliferated the entire industry.
yeah,
Like it was easier to sell PS2 stuff for years after the PS3 came out because, like, yes, they were backwards compatible,
yeah,
but
but
there
there's
was
only
still
one place to
business
buy
in
it.
selling PS2 games because
Yeah,
that was really the only place you should be playing the games.
yeah,
But here, anyone's make anyone who's making a $20 indie can make it for the PS4,
yep,
and it can be wherever. They can put it in a PS3 if they want to,
yep,
but they don't have to they don't have to press new discs. Like they can kind of just aim high and then have it trickle down. Thanks to localization and buddy map and all that kind of bullshit.
yeah.
Um, why worry? I guess about the last gen.
Yeah, it's so crazy how this generation is just taken off so much faster than what was so big a generation. Now this like is it looks like it's going to be a bigger generation, like as far as like sales and reach of video game consoles to people. But it's taken off like a fucking rocket, and it's kind of crazy. It's very different.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm super excited. That's usually a pretty good thing, if only goddamn AAA games weren't so expensive to make.
Yes.
And hopefully stuff like that can change in the future as well. But yeah. Did you have anything you want to add, Namshin?
no, no.
There you go. PS3 and Xbox One, both great value propositions. I mean, I still think Xbox One has some really cool games coming out this year, but honestly, at this point, with them at the same price, they're both great deals.
I mean, Sony got the third party, so
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, man.
Yeah, it's like really a matter of preference at this point.
Yeah, it's like Uncharted, like when Uncharted came out on the PS3, it's like, oh, it was like on MPD for like 1 month, and then number one on MPD for 1 month, and then like next month it just completely disappeared. So
You gotta
And
wonder,
the
like,
crazy news that people had like 90% of or 80% of PS4 owners had never played Uncharted.
yeah, I saw
Yeah.
that. Crazy. And I think Uncharted 4 is gonna do fucking incredibly well.
but will it do Gears well? That's what I'm curious about.
I'm more curious if it'll do Last of Us well. Because Last of Us did really well. It was a new IP, it's a new property, so it's easier to approach for a new player, right? Uncharted, same developer, but it's Uncharted 4. It's got a big number 4 on the front. I wonder if, like people say sequels sell better. I just wonder how that's gonna work out for it.
Yeah, sure.
It may depend on how the this collected edition sells.
Yeah, it might. I definitely think that Uncharted 4 is just like, you watch that one fucking gameplay demo of it, and you're like, this looks fucking incredible. Like,
Yeah,
this looks stupid good.
they are pushing that collector's edition like more like it's a new fucking thing. Like
That's all they got.
yeah, I know.
That, and they realize like no one's played this game, so they like reintroduce it like it's new.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's true. It's I mean, it's they're such good games that like, and you think about like 80% of people PlayStation players haven't played it. Like that's 2 and 3, Uncharted 2 and 3 are like amazing games. So I'm glad that people get the chance to play it now. Destiny is getting microtransactions. I don't even know why I wrote this in here. I just wanted to know if anyone had an opinion about it.
Hey man, buy all
It's
the
weird
dances.
that
Yeah, you can buy dances.
yeah, no
Nuts.
shit. And honestly, I don't give a fuck. Like if that's what you're selling, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
And like I read a piece about it. I was just like, where does this stop? And it's like, I don't know. We don't know yet. So
It doesn't matter.
Man.
Like it doesn't affect gameplay at all. I don't care.
yeah.
Unless,
I mean,
of
it
course,
could,
they have
depending on if the dances
microtransactions for gameplay.
Yeah.
Right, and that's where we draw the line. But we're here is not where we're at.
Right.
You have
But
to
I guess
dance
the
this way
problem
in
with
order to get
Destiny
to the new
is dances like pull the camera to third person,
Yeah.
and that can help you see around corners and shit. Like I guess maybe there might be a meta situation there. But
That is some
like
deep shit right there.
I mean,
I
like,
remember that was an issue like when Destiny came out. Like you could use it in PvP to see around corners. So people would dance real quick, and you think they're taunting you, but they're actually seeing you.
Look
Oh.
at you. That's some next level shit
Yeah.
right there. I don't know, like, yeah. So basically, there's going to be a new vendor on the I almost said the Citadel because that's what it is, but in the last
right.
city, that you can spend these special like coins. Think of it like the most recent example would be like mother-based coins in Metal Gear. You basically spend real money to get those coins, and then you can use those to buy the dances or emotes from this person. But you'll get a handful, enough they said to buy 1 or 2 was the quote. Emotes, you'll get some for free. So just to test out the system. Get the
I treat it like any MOBA, like
yeah.
leagues. Anything you buy for money in League, is completely unnecessary.
Yeah, it's aesthetic.
Yeah, I mean, in even like a more comparable game like WoW, which is another MMO, which is what Destiny tries to do. Like they've been selling mounts and other cosmetic stuff for years.
Yeah.
And like the only argument that I've really seen that like anyone that that's even close to like being relevant against this happening is like, people are already buying your expansion packs and the base game itself. But I mean, like people have been paying $15 a month to play WoW for 10 years.
Yeah, at this point
So-
you've been paying monthly to play. Like you could go play a game that you don't have to pay monthly. You can go
Right.
play Guild Wars 2.
Exactly.
But that's not what you're chosen to do.
Jacob, we're talking about microtransactions being added to Destiny.
In fact, Guild Wars 2 is a perfect example of a game that thrives and exists almost solely on microtransactions. I mean, you pay once to play the game, like you buy it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
there's no subscription.
That
But
seems to be
anything you buy in that game is like for money, but
Yeah.
it's not necessary really.
It seems like Destiny might be kind of attempting to adopt the Guild Wars style of like pay once and kind of just get everything, get all the content, and like expansions will come out, you'll buy them and you'll get the content. But I don't know. I'm indifferent to it. It's
It's okay.
not a big deal. As long as like I feel like if there are certain weapons obviously that you can only get through this transaction
Yeah,
system.
if they like start letting you buy strange coins or whatever, that's
Yeah.
an issue.
Yeah.
But
Because like for people who don't know, strange coins let you buy from this certain vendor who sells exotic engrams, so you'll a guaranteed exotic item over the weekends. So if you could just buy a bunch of strange coins and buy all of his exotics every weekend, that could upset the balance of the game.
I think people get like almost too vigilant when they hear microtransactions, and they forget that the people making these games like probably thought about this.
yeah.
Destiny definitely doesn't seem insidious at all.
Yeah, it's not like the developers of Destiny want to unbalance their game and make it not fun and pay to win.
Yeah, God knows
Right.
that
No-
they've been trying
no
to
one wants
balance
that.
it for
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
they
a
spent a
year.
year
Right?
making
For
this
a
game.
whole year.
So
Like no one wants to ruin this for like the people that really don't want to ruin this for themselves is Bungie.
yeah,
Like they want people to be excited to play this game, and they want to be able for them to feel like they're playing a game in a fair and balanced environment, and
And
they don't want their game to turn into some Chinese like mobile game.
yeah, and they it seems like Bungie themselves has a better idea of what they want this game to be, and like how mysterious they want it to be, and all these things like they've added with this expansion. So, I'm not worried about them like fucking it up, because I think they're actually legitimately happy with the product they put out now, as opposed to before. In other news, the Xbox One retail release of Yacht Club Games' wonderful title, Shovel Knight, was canceled. Just the Xbox One retail release. Disc release, I should say. The quote that they said was, the publishing policies on Xbox One are beyond our control. So initially they were going to do a boxed version of the game. They kind of announced that earlier this year when it came out on Xbox One and PS4 back in like April, which was super cool. Obviously, very exciting to big fans of Shovel Knight like us. But they said we'll keep fighting to get a retail version of Xbox on Xbox One. But as of now, the box version is in indefinite limbo. The digital version of Shovel Knight on Xbox One is already available, and of course, will continue to receive new updates in our full support. And apparently, another quote here that says, although everyone initially agreed to a $19.99 price point, some retailers ran into trouble with limited space to show off their wares, and the rules in place about where games with certain prices are displayed. We didn't want our bargain price game to go straight to the bargain bin of obscurity, so we had to raise the price because they raised it from $19.99 to $24.99 for the retail release. So.
I wonder how much money they thought. Like, what is the real gain in sales for being in a box on a shelf? I wonder if there's like a real number for that.
It's never like it. I don't think it's really happened with an indie game like going for. Well, I mean, it has here and there, like the what's it? That game company collection.
Mm-hmm. Braid had a box release, I think.
Yeah, it did. I think it did.
That's crazy.
But like, I don't know. Like, has there been like, is there a significant amount of precedent for like a real boost in sales because you're on a shelf?
Yeah, I don't know.
I just feel like the target market for games like that already know where to find these games.
Yeah.
Yeah, 360 did have something like it was like Explosion Man,
Yes.
Limbo, and Braid in like a box.
Yeah, like you gotta wonder. Like, I wonder if it's just more of like the developer just actually really wants that for their game because that's like something that they'd like to do. They'd like to have printed copies out there, and I think that makes a lot of sense because you got to think a lot of indie developers don't actually get to do that ever.
It's true.
And like there's a sense of pride of being able to put out a box product and having that case and like this is my product and
Yeah, I guess I'm just not so. I guess I'm more pragmatic than that.
I think like no, you're right. Like I think there is something more pragmatic to it, but
I mean, there's still people like in the Midwest that don't have internet
Yeah,
at
I can
all.
attest to that.
as Jacob knows.
Yeah.
And like I think but that is a part of it is just like a pride of putting something disc based out as like an independent developer.
Then if you're one of those people that has like a mobile game, and you can find a way to get it on every console or every fucking outlet you can, it's probably best to do that because mobile games just disappear.
Yep.
That's like one of the strange like digital sort of conspiracy theory of what if I buy this and it no longer exists is happening on mobile right now.
Yeah, what was the one?
Where EA is just taking games off, like big publishers, like not just small ones
BioShock.
disappear, like big companies are just vanishing their games from the mobile space, and it's like fascinating to me.
Fucking Ghost Trick. That's what it was. Ghost Trick just disappeared. Even if you bought it,
A bunch of Square games disappeared.
you can't re-download it.
EA did that with some of their older games. I don't know how it is if it's already on your download list.
If
or anything like
it
that.
like Ghost Trick specifically, you can't re-download. If it's on your phone, then you have it. But yeah,
But that's like weird. Like
it's
not
fucked up.
even it like that's also that's I mean clearly that's almost like a consumer like trust issue that could be like legitimately examined. I think, but at a bigger, more abstract way, like people make games just for the mobile space, and that game disappears. So not only like is there no copies really unless it's on somebody's phone, which they could just get a new phone and then that copy disappears,
Yeah,
but your game no longer is available for sale.
yeah.
It doesn't exist as far as the history of the store as you going on your store right now to find it is concerned. You're a Wikipedia article. You're not a
Having
game anymore.
yeah, having worked at a video game retailer, it definitely makes games like what was it, Too Human?
Yeah,
Makes that like that was still on our shelves. You
yeah,
know,
they can still get to human. That game sucks. I
but
can still go get it
you
if I
can
wanted
get
to.
it if you want. Fuck man, Too Human, the greatest
A
trilogy
lot of
ever made.
memories.
Yeah. um. And the last news story that I had here was SAG-AFTRA members. SAG is the kind of I don't
Screen Actors Guild.
yeah,
Yeah,
Screen
that's
Actors
good,
Guild. It's union that a lot of video game voice actors are hired through. They've authorized the union to declare a strike in voice acting negotiations. So this news story is coming from Austin Walker at Giant Bomb. For reference, if I read any quotes here, it's basically this SAG supported the referendum. 96.52% of the members voted in favor of it. So basically, they're having a meeting to decide whether or not they're going to go on strike or not. And basically, the overarching association has given them the permission to, if they decide to go on strike, they are allowed to do that. So this, it's becoming
This is a
more
pretty
and more,
big story.
yeah, it's becoming more and more possible that this could actually
Yeah.
happen.
Even Variety's covering this.
Yeah.
It's a
Have you
big
picked up
fucking deal.
anything yourself, Jacob?
Um, I haven't. I mean, I've just kind of heard one of the reporters kind of talking about it a little bit, but not much. I mean, it sounds like there's a pretty good chance they're going to end up going on strike. But
Yeah.
I mean, from
And
what
like
everyone says and what.
going off of there are a few bullet points here, like what a quote unquote fair resolution could be. And the bullet points that Austin has listed here are more transparency about the roles in games, which actors would be recording lines, stunt pay for stressful and demanding recording sessions, stunt coordination on motion capture stuff, and more contentiously royalties from games that sell over 2 million units. So like per that agreement, you would get $825.50 at every 2 million unit mark, and the cap would be $3,300. So there apparently some games do have that royalty, but it's not like a universal thing.
Yeah.
So they would want that to be kind of
It's
universal.
weird that it's not. It's weird that like reading all this that some of these things are already in. We all kind of assume that they are in place because they're actors and we kind of treat them as such. But
Yeah.
it's weird to see how certain parts of the industry don't treat them that way. Like the idea that a voice actor can go into a job and then just be expected to do motion capture as well seems to be strange for me, especially since mocap and voice acting at being a one person performance is a relatively new idea.
Yeah.
Uh,
So I don't
it's
know.
weird that it's always been two people involved in that sort of like game, and now that I guess people see it as a profit thing. One person gets to do both, but I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing kind of like this escalate. And like I guess like you've heard about it, and like obviously I think us like on this podcast specifically, like they're not talking in broad terms, but just the irrational passions, the stuff we've covered in the past has definitely been a lot more of like how game developers have been treated poorly in the past. Like we talked a lot about the Team Bondi stuff when that was happening.
Right.
And like that's always been kind of at the forefront of our minds. I guess it's just it is interesting to hear that kind of stuff about the voice acting half of it, because obviously, like I said last week, in a perfect world, like both of these issues are even out, and that's what I would want.
Mm.
I'm not trying to prioritize voice actors over game developers. I'm trying to prioritize both, and I think they should both be treated better. It's just like when one issue, it's kind of like social issues. When one issue becomes more and more prominent, and the public kind of picks up on that, maybe like people will be looking at game development in general with more scrutiny. You can hope. Obviously, that's a little optimistic, but that's it's. I think this is a very real possibility. I'm curious to see where it goes.
And what's interesting in this is like there's something they can actually do. They can actually strike. I didn't realize they're unionized.
Yep.
But there is an option here, as in unlike other maybe issues in the industry or social issues in general, like they are all
they
guild
can
actors.
do something about it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no union for game developers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's actually widely considered that game development is an abusive job, and that's how you have to be ready to embrace it if you want to do this.
Yeah, it's crazy that there isn't a union. Honestly, something something as fucked up as Team Bondi or even what Crysis Crytek.
Crytek, yeah, that was a fucking
That was a shit show.
And Konami, like they're all fucking shit shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I wonder if like maybe this is becoming more of a possibility. It's like unionizing game development. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily, but we'll see.
But if it's going to treat itself like a big business, big production industry,
Yeah.
they
It's
might
gotta
have to
start
start
acting like one.
doing that. Yeah.
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 For sure.
People are people, man. Fucking like.
Yeah, to treat people like fucking people. Don't treat them like just tools.
Yeah.
There we go. That's it for news. Optimistic note to end out on.
Yeah.
Unless anybody has anything else.
There was other news, but I mean,
None of it.
I know the audience. That shit don't matter.
Yeah.
That shit don't matter.
We covered the stuff that we wanted to talk about. I think that's always the important stuff. Cool. Then let's take a peek in the mail sack and listen to this voicemail we have from our good friend Silver VR.
What up, guys? Hope you are here. Higher spirits this week. Shitty stuff still, but life goes on. I play a little bit more Rocket League, trying to rank up this season 1. Also, some Assassin's Creed Black Flag again, enjoying that still. Although, I feel kind of an asshole when I'm going and kill white whales and killer whales. Those things
Don't
are
feel like
very
killing anything
shit.
white.
Makes me feel like an asshole every time I kill them.
Jeez.
No shark. Fucking shark. I'll fuck any shark any day of the week. And when I mean
Jesus,
it,
fucking
I'm
Farrakhan
serious.
over here.
Also, that Battlefront beta that's that's happening right now. I played for a little bit in the last 2 days, Thursday and Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm finding that the Hoth level that they have on the beta, it's kind of unbalanced to the Rebel side. I feel like the objectives for the Rebel side are a little bit hard, and those AT-ATs are
What makes it hard?
too
Is it
buff
the giant missiles
and
from
are hard to
giant
kill.
Man?
Fucking mechanical
Fucking
elephants.
robots?
I played it from both sides, and I'm finding that doing the Imperial side it's way fucking easier.
Especially when you got Jacob on your team.
So,
Yeah,
but,
crack shot.
It's
Crack shot.
September, the October, sorry, and just I can fix it in due time.
Fix it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they can fix it. That's a big thing.
I have a question. What the fuck do I ask you guys? Oh, I know what I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
That's right, he does have a question.
Talking about the killer whales, and it's kind of uncomfortable to me to kill killer whales or white whales or whatnot.
Nah, fuck 'em.
And sometimes I just want to feel like, oh, I need to stop because I feel bad about myself. So the question will be, games does make us do things that maybe we do not want to, like hence Grand Theft Auto 5 and interrogation sequence.
Yeah, which was just
So-
bad to begin with, but
What
Oh,
makes you
bars.
uncomfortable? At some point, I need to stop right now. I just need to put the controller down, stop, and just go on. Maybe I'll come back later. Maybe I'm not gonna play this because I don't want to go any further. No, you're making me do something that I'm just cringing and I'm not desired to do. So yeah, that's pretty much about me. Have a fun one. For you, Maverick, have a happy Saturday. So we are signing out.
What a great fucking dude.
Seriously.
I like to think
My
that
dude right
Silver
there.
PR's voicemails are like those audio cards you get from Hallmark. You just open it up, and then just for 10 minutes he's just talking to you about his day.
Yeah, man. Like, no, Silver PR is he's
Put them
a
on your
fucking
shelf.
good dude.
Open them up once a weekend.
Okay, that's a good question. Like, what is something in a video game that's made you like so uncomfortable that you had to kind of walk away from it?
I have the opposite.
Okay.
Every time I do
Those
something
things-
diabolical, I just have to keep going. Replay that scene
need to
over and
kill
over
more.
again.
I mean, like, I meant mostly about like Danganronpa. That's the whole series in general. It's like, everything about those games are just like cringeworthy or just stuff that's just like super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But
It pushes
that-
you forward.
yeah, that's what drives you in that game in a way. So like it twists that whole mentality on his head, where it's like where you feel these uncomfortable moments or like these inhuman things that people do, and it's just like, oh my god, you're really doing that. But like the story is what driving you to actually go through it. Even even if they have a reason, you have to hear their fucked up reasoning for it, and like and you know, and it gets super interesting because of that, and like. That's why those games are what really makes those games really good.
Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, you're as a group, you're like trying to convince people to choose someone to kill them. Like it's very like dark, but you're right. It's like even though you have to do it, and it feels so out of your control, like in a good way, you are also like pushed forward because you're desperately searching for a way to get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think like there's plenty of stuff like I always play a good character in video games because I just can't morally be bad. Like it's just like I feel too shitty about it. I've done it in like Infamous, which I guess is like since it's so comic booky, it's like it was easier to do it there, I guess.
Yeah, those moral choices never really mattered.
Yeah, they don't really matter. I mean, like the first Infamous, I think had the hardest stuff.
You ever play
More-
Renegade in Mass Effect?
I've played some.
I do that. That's all I play in Mass Effect.
The nice thing about Mass Effect is like I can play Paragon, but I can also make Renegade choices that I think are more appropriate.
I'll toss people out of a window every now and again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That
Kick somebody out of a window.
Like, you might be a renegade, but you're still doing the right thing, just the wrong way.
Yeah. And like I'll do that. So like I'll do a little bit of Renegade. I don't think I could play. I could probably do a full Renegade playthrough. I just wouldn't because it's just not how I've chosen to play that game. But like
There's
Fallout,
no real point.
yeah. Fallout, like I never played
You need,
Karma. I'll
you
steal some
need to
shit.
try Undertale because that game epitomizes the question that he just asked.
That's cool. I think a game that's made me so uncomfortable of a thing that I had to do. Some of it, Last of Us for sure.
Sure.
I think, but like that does it in a great way.
Yeah, that's another game that doesn't feel super cringeworthy.
No, it's like you're. I was so invested in the character and like I was behaving how he would behave, even if it was fucking terrible what I was doing. But I was like, I felt so justified doing it. I guess. Like a lot of people talk about that game of like the kind of it turning on its head at the end, but it's like no, if I was that character, I would have done the same thing, and I wouldn't have hesitated.
You're a monster.
Yeah, and it's like, are you a monster or are you just like someone who cares so deeply for another person that you would go to any lengths to do something for them? Like that's, and like The Last of Us, same with Witcher. I think to go even further into that is like perfect gray area stuff. So, that maybe you feel uncomfortable making these choices, but you feel justified doing them regardless. Jacob, do you have one?
I mean,
The End of Life is Strange episode 4.
well, yeah, for sure. But a lot of the stuff, like, even when you were talking about, like, that torture scene in Grand Theft Auto is stupid, totally dumb, and
Yeah,
like,
it really
but
is.
like even when I was doing it, when I played through that, I wasn't like, oh, I feel terrible for doing this, because it was like, it felt like that's what that character would have been doing. So it wasn't like I was being forced to do it. It was more like I'm playing as this character, so this is what he would do. I'm not going to be like, oh no, I feel so ashamed of myself. But the only one I can really think of that I was like kind of like, fuck, why did I do that? Was choosing to kill the one guy in Heavy Rain, like to get the last little bit. You can choose to shoot him in his apartment or not. And one playthrough I was playing through with my friends, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna totally show off, and they were like, don't shoot him, and I was like, I'm gonna fucking cap this guy, and I killed him, and I was immediately like, oh man.
Wow, I did.
Man, I suck. It wasn't like shooting a certain character in Until Dawn, was it?
No, it's way worse. I think some characters in Until Dawn is very satisfying.
Yeah, I don't like. That's a good one. Also, you saying that thing about GTA 5 makes me realize in my head the reason I don't like GTA 5 is the same reason I don't like South Park. But that was just a little epiphany I had within myself.
The character just can't like relate to the characters, or
Well,
what?
it's that. It's just like it's a type of satire that I just don't like.
Yeah.
But moving forward, Jared, did you have one that's ever fucking destroyed you on the inside? Probably not.
Not destroyed, but I think I have a big problem in pretty much all media with sex scenes.
Ooh, yeah.
As a person who enjoys sex, here's the problem though: a sex scene in a movie or a sex is never really relevant. I've never watched like a sex scene and was like, I'm really glad I saw that. That's really important to the story.
Well,
Like, you could have just cut it off before that happened, said they had sex, and the same effect would have happened.
Here's my thing, because we had our Witcher 2 spoiler cast / Witcher 3 hype cast, and neither you or Jacob owned that fucking succubus, man.
No.
No,
Changed your
because
whole
that's
life.
just gross.
Getting them
But I think
bootlegs, you know
even
what I'm
then,
saying?
and I think there could be context in a sex scene, especially in a movie, where like someone's like, "Let's have sex," and they're like, "Cool," and then during sex, some weird shit happens, like it's a succubus, like.
That kind of happens in Until Dawn.
Yeah.
But like, there are games that do it all the time, and I'm like, I don't fucking.
I feel like that's
like
still,
Far
like,
Cry 3. And I was like, why am I doing? What am I doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes it's like, there's been so many sex scenes in so many movies now. They're just like, we can just imply it and it won't be a big deal. But in games, like they haven't been very long where people have been able to be like, yeah, there's a sex scene in this game, guys. Get ready to buckle down. We're gonna show it to you. So it's like they're still at the point. They're still at the point where it's like, we can still do this. Get ready to watch a little bit of pixelated ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it always feels like a shock thing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're gonna show you a boobie.
Yeah.
And then like you're like, really? Yeah, then like every Mass Effect like sort of like
don't even get me
courtship
started on Mass
is just
Effect
fucking
sex
dumb. I'm like,
Yeah.
what am I even looking at?
scenes. Yeah. Ask
Look,
some caseful side
Chambers
boob.
gonna dance. Chambers just gonna dance all sexy a little bit, and then you know what, Chambers, you're dead now. So
Sexy dancing in Mass Effect is just rubbing
That shit
your
didn't even help you.
ribs and waist.
Oh yeah.
Or being fully clothed in a bar
Yeah.
and being in a sorry on a platform,
Yeah.
just like humping air.
Yep.
I feel that's what Mass Effect 2 is really about, humping air,
That's the real plot. Suicide mission.
Humping air and rubbing ribs.
rubbing
Humping air and
ribs.
rubbing ribs.
There's just no. I've never encountered one, especially in a game where I was like, yeah, this has really enhanced my understanding of the story.
Remember when
yeah,
you
The
had
Witcher.
sex on a giant fucking unicorn or something in Witcher?
Yo,
That
dog.
was-
Yeah, it was like a flashback, but even then, like there, it's a narrative stroke. Like this is what he remembers about it, and she mentions it in a letter. So
No, that shit happened in game for me. I don't know what you're
well, yeah, but you can choose to recall that story to Vesemir or not.
Oh.
But she mentions it to him, and that means to Geralt like, oh, she does remember me, and she remembers me at least fondly at some point in her life.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
I mean, I get that, like all this stuff up to it, but do we still need to be like, now we're humping on the
We
horseback?
we never had to actually watch it happen. And
Yeah,
and,
but
like,
that was tastefully done, I think.
yeah, but it's a tastefully done turd is still a turd.
Yeah.
You really like brought like an epiphany to me. Like I've never really thought about that before. Like how all sex scenes are so like it's like a pointless like 5-minute thing. Like in movies, in video games, and
Especially in
anything.
movies where there's like 10 minutes, like especially 80s movies.
Oh,
They have sex all the time in 80s movies, and I'm like, the only reason we're here is to listen to the saxophone play and to see people get sweaty. Like, we knew they were having
You're
sex.
goddamn right it is.
I knew they were having sex when they saw each other
I'll
10 minutes
defend
ago.
any movie sex scenes to the day I die.
Like
yeah.
Highlander. The Highlander sex scene
Yeah,
is ridiculous.
fucking love it.
Yeah, no, I'm on board with you there.
Yeah, I've never thought about
Highlander
that.
sex
Like, oh man, you ruined sex scenes for me. Thank you.
All sex scenes suck.
Never seen one that was like, yeah.
There are ones that I've seen that are like important.
But is the scene important or the act important?
The act is more important.
The
But
act is important, and the act can happen without watching it.
Yeah, I mean,
like, you could say your bullshit thing like oh, is this the ultimate expression of love? But like, yeah,
no, I'm not even saying that. Like,
I mean, I would say specifically. I'm sorry.
yeah, because God knows it isn't sometimes. But
Oh God.
it's no, it was in the movie Don John. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh God, fucking stupid movie.
Actually, I've seen parts of them because Katie watched that. So I do know what you're talking about.
Like there's a sex scene in that movie that is important, I guess, and the seeing it, I guess, gives more context to what the characters are going through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
I recall that part you were talking about.
Yeah,
so.
but like that's it.
And like,
Even if Jacob hates it, that's fine.
This stupid movie.
I've never like, it seems to be always gratuitous. Like,
Yeah, it's always a little bit too graphic.
Yeah, it's always movie glammed up a bit.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, we made it tasteful. They make it like I'm thinking about this. It's like it's so dumb.
Like, find one that's like, yeah. This, then tweet it
doesn't
at me,
exist.
and then we'll have a conversation again. But I fucking challenge you to find a sex scene that makes fucking sense.
Tony-
That you couldn't have just skipped over and they got the same result.
Tony, is there anything a game has made you do that's made you uncomfortable other than sex?
One time in Shovel Knight, I had to defend Shield Knight, and it morally upset me.
Hey man, fuck you.
So the answer is no.
So the answer's
Nothing pops to mind immediately.
okay. Scott, anyone outside of sexy butt stuff?
Sexy butt stuff.
I'm going through one of those right now.
Has there been a game
Like,
with sexy
stuff?
butt
I
stuff in it
I
yet?
went ahead and I beat Undertale on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I got it over the weekend,
Yeah.
and I've been delaying the second run.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I figured you would say as well. I just wanted to clear it out. Well, that's a good question, Silver PR. Thank you for asking it. If you would like to ask us questions about
Highlander sex scenes.
about Highlander sex scenes or otherwise, feel free to leave us a voicemail like Silver PR did. The number is 404-590-1337. Standard long distance fees do apply. And you can also send us an email, mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. That's MAILSACK @irrationalpassions.com. Some other ways to get a hold of each of us individually is on Twitter. I'm at AlFighter27. Scott is at WhatToChuz. Nabishin's at NabeShin186. Tony's at Tony Horvath, all one word. Jacob, you are at JacobB41, which is the Twitter that you actually use.
Yes.
And Jarrett is at JarrettJohn. 2 R's, 2 T's.
Yes.
Some other stuff, please rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. It helps us out a lot. Go to follow the website on Twitter at IrrationalPod. Go to vgiva.com. Check out the awesome podcast network that we're a part of. We had some great bonus content for this episode and last week's episode and the week before that, for that matter, with all of these great guests we've been having on. So remember, you can always watch that in the video version of each episode, youtube.com/IrrationalPassions. Also, hopefully Let's Plays will be coming back soon. You can watch my streams. I've been streaming a lot more regularly, twitch.tv/IrrationalPassions as well. And tell your friends. Word of mouth is the best way to spread the love. And, of course, everything else is irrationalpassions.com. Jacob, you write for Variety.com.
I do.
You should go read Jacob's stuff. What do you mostly cover specifically? Just a little bit of everything?
Breaking news and events, like premieres and stuff like that.
Cool. And Jarrett, you write for like 7,000 different places.
Yeah. Generally speaking, you can find all my shit at gamepedia.com, which is a subsidiary of the Curse Network.
Yep. So please go check that out. All right, here we are at the end. I promised it. It's here. Tony,
Yes.
I would like to Netflix and chill, if that's okay.
Well, if you're so forward about it, how could I say no?
Oh,
Did you have any music specifically picked out for this segment?
I haven't found one good enough yet, but if you want, you can put.
oh yeah.
If you want, you could insert Brody Quest.
I'm not gonna insert Brody Quest, but I can play this fucking porn
Oh.
Vilsack music.
All right, that works.
Yes, play porno.
The Highlander
Um,
theme.
It's not the Highlander theme, but it's got a fucking sweet saxophone. So, so for those who don't know, Netflix and Chill premiered what was it, like 3 weeks ago,
It was 3 weeks ago, yeah.
and it's where we just talk about what we've been watching,
Watching, reading, listening to, whatever the fuck you want.
consuming. Tony, you want to kick us off?
Let's see. Something that I have been. I don't know. It's been a lot of like just downloading like backlogs from GiantBomb.com and just watching them.
Mm-hmm.
And I did watch all of their like all of Patrick Klepek's Mario Maker mornings where he plays the Giant Bomb videos or the Giant Bomb levels, and those have been pretty sweet. I haven't really been doing too much in terms of traditional like TV kind of things, but you know the Spanish teacher from Community. I don't remember. I think his name's
Ken.
Ken Jeong, yeah.
His new show started,
Dr. Ken.
Dr. Ken, and I saw the first half of the first episode, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's on Hulu, which upsets me. Or
It's not?
I'd check it out.
It's weird. There's
I don't
Limitless,
know.
which is unfortunate. I want to kind of watch that. but-
Yeah, Limitless as well, because I fucking love that movie. So, cool.
But yeah,
any
that's
any
about
of the
it for
Giant
me.
Bomb content highlights?
Man, like I mentioned it earlier, but the kind of stream that they did, which is mostly like an hour and a half Periscope from Dan Reichert's iPad, where they like Jason and Drew were not in the office, so they're going through just kind of like pushing buttons and trying to figure out how to start a live stream. Just him and Dan and Jeff. It was great. It's a 2-hour show of him Jeff on the phone with Vinny trying to figure out how everything works.
Keep talking. I think we're Audacity first, so just keep talking amongst yourselves.
But if we stop, we'll all explode.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay.
Game Grumps.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop it because I think it froze. Give me a second.
Will do.
All right, someone who isn't Scott, count him back in because
Well,
Scott's already off.
We just listen to this hot fucking porno music.
Yeah, just turn
could
that
do
shit
that.
up. Sit quietly and think.
Oh,
Oh,
a real meaningful sex scene right now.
I was last time I heard this.
Wait. Oh no, it loops. There's like one saxophone moment or it might be a trumpet that's just fucking insane.
So strong.
Yeah. You're right. My bad.
It's a flute, guys. Just relax.
It's a flute.
That sexy jazz flute.
Everybody unboner.
What time stamp are you guys at?
2 hours and 58 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, I think I lost 2 minutes, so save
Son
this.
of a bitch.
It's okay. I'm gonna have to get the backup out for this anyway, so. Alex, 2, 4. It's fucking. It's such a sick jam.
Yep.
Sickums. It's yeah. This is my guilty pleasure. I just like listen to this and the Twilight audiobooks by themselves.
Yes.
All right, I'm ready.
In the dark, alone.
Nabishin or Tony?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, error. While opening sound device, please check your recording device. I think I have to quit out of Audacity. Open it again.
Yeah.
Hashtag the reunion.
Yep.
Hashtag
Told you the train was
Yeah, you
not
guys
on
were
the
right.
rails.
The
You
train
promised
comes off
derailment.
the rails, yeah.
Check. Testing. It's working now. All right. Again, Ocean, thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Cool. Thank you very much. Anything else, Tony?
So smooth back into that.
That's it. That's it.
Like nothing happened.
Jacob, let's talk about Flash and Arrow, man.
Yes, they're fucking awesome. What do you want to know? What do you want to talk
they're
about?
They're good.
Which one do you like more?
Which one? Honestly, I think I like the Arrow premiere more.
I think I did too, actually. I was a little disappointed with season
totally
3.
didn't think was gonna happen. So.
How did I? I think a lot of it. How much are we supposed to not spoil /spoil?
Whatever. It's recent stuff. We can talk about it.
Fuck it. That last scene kind of made it for me. Makes me want to watch all of the series right now. But wait, makes it hurt. Because up until that point, it was like, definitely interested. The villain seems cool. A little more charismatic than Raish was in last season. But that last scene, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's happening.
It's like, they introduce a really good villain. They bring Oliver back into the fold in a really good way. It seems like it's got a better grip on, Ollie as the main character.
He's a little less broody, which is nice because he's not like Batman levels of broody in the comics, so it's refreshing.
He's rebranded himself.
Finally.
He's
4
the Green
years.
Arrow.
He's the Green Arrow.
And
guys, you should appreciate that. Everyone here and
everyone take that in.
I don't appreciate it. I want to appreciate Arrow more, but I can't.
There's Red Arrow as well, which I like.
Speedy.
Yeah, Speedy's awesome.
The whole team's awesome. Diggle's fucking helmet's so dumb. I fucking hate it. I hate it. It's like a hockey, because like he wears like a Magneto helmet, but then the rest of his outfit is just like street clothes. So it's like, why you just put a mask on or something?
I don't know. It seems like they're back at it. And I'm like, man, this is awesome. So I'm stoked.
Flash was really good.
Flash was really good. There was a cool villain. The effects were surprisingly okay.
Yeah, like for CW or really for like most
Any TV
TV,
show,
it was like the whole wormhole thing from last season looked really cool.
Yeah.
Even though the science behind it was just like so.
It's like we're not going to talk
just
about
made a big explosion and stopped the time hole from sucking up the world. All right. I'm just gonna walk it out.
Oh, you mean that was a black hole? Oh, things that like just consume all existence.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of questionable time paradoxes too that would be raised from Eddie last season.
Yeah.
Doing it, yeah. And so just like we're going to ignore all those too.
Have you watched Flash yet, Scott?
Not the new one that came out now.
Yeah. It just
not
started
the second season
this week, so.
I'll have to get on that.
Yep, it's a really good episode. Flash season 1 I thought was excellent, so I'm excited for more of it. So.
Yeah, I forgot some stuff for bonus content.
That's okay.
About my week. We'll talk about it here.
Amen.
Okay.
Because it's also relevant to Netflix and chill.
Have you watched anything else, Jacob?
Heroes Reborn.
Is it good? Is the premiere good?
The premiere, the first hour was good. The second hour wasn't great. I'm a big Hero season 1.
Yeah,
is like one of my favorite seasons of TV.
I think this was
so
one of the things
good.
we bonded over.
Yeah, it's so good, and the rest of this show kind of fucking sucks, which is disappointing. But
I liked season 2, but 3 and 4 are kind of irredeemable.
Yeah,
but I still watch
totally.
Them.
Yeah, I did too. I watched all of them, and like it's cool. Like I feel like I'm partially running on nostalgia when it comes to Heroes at this point. But I watched the 2-hour premiere and then last week's episode. I haven't seen the one that was on Thursday yet because I was busy. But I'm definitely interested in the story, and I like that it's only going to be 13 episodes. So they don't have to just like fill all this extra time bullshit.
Yeah,
they can just tell their story and be done. You're vibing hard to this music.
I'm jamming out over here, man.
Yeah, there's not really anything. I'm trying to finish up season 5 of The Walking Dead. Fucking suck through that garbage. So I can see season 6.
Still bad?
It's honestly not that as bad as like season 4 was.
Yeah.
I don't think, but yeah, it's just
I gave up at the second half of season 4, I think, or the first half of 5. I'm not sure. I just gave up.
The first half of season 5 was really cool. The second half was kind of like, this sucks.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
It seems like it's such a bipolar show as far as quality is concerned. I just kind of.
I think it's because it doesn't really It's like kind of impressive. It doesn't ever like rest on its laurels though. It's always like changing up what it's doing, going to new places, reintroducing, killing. It's obviously not afraid to kill people off aside from fucking Rick, probably. But like I don't know, it's kind of cool at least. And then yeah, that's about it.
Cool. I think that's really all I've been watching. I started watching Quantico, which is a new show.
Good. Yeah, you told me to watch that.
It's pretty good. It's like adult teen angst, so I'm kind of into it.
Adult teen angst.
Yeah.
Just
It's like-
It's adult angst. That's just adult angst.
It's like the angst alarm's going off in my head right now. Because it's like a bunch of 30-year-olds like at a FBI academy, so it's like cop school, super cop school. But they're all like fucking teen drama in it up, and they also have like really fucking serious secrets that like they could all be terrorists. So,
Oh god,
um,
I'm getting on board of that.
yeah. So it's like half of it is like them in cop school, FBI school, like being all teeny to each other, and the other
Wait, I
half
love how,
is,
can
like,
we call it cop school forever, please?
Cop school.
and it's like
Take the cop bus to
it's a
cop.
bunch of 30-year-olds
We're
acting
gonna
like children.
learn that. Drug school.
Yeah, drug school. So yeah, 30-year-olds acting like teenagers is fucking pretty sweet.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I'm
So
on
I
board.
recommended it to Jacob.
I did like 3 days ago. He was like, "You should watch Quantico. It's got a lot of angst in it." And that's like what half of our text conversations are. It's just
You're
one
like,
around the other. It's just
Jacob and I have a very special relationship.
That is clear and present.
all entirely around children falling in love.
Yeah.
On
And then
TV.
falling out of love.
Yeah, and then falling back into love and out of love.
And then falling out of love, and
And
then
getting mad that someone didn't text them on time. So
That
great.
sounds like super interesting when you put it there.
You'd be surprised.
Scott, what about you? What have you been watching?
Some snippets of Rick and Morty season 1.
Yes, fucking awesome.
Mostly just a lot of Resort Field.
Okay.
Basically, they have one of the episodes, which is interdimensional TV, which
Yes.
is literally,
Such a good episode.
which the entire thing is basically just the voice actors doing warm-ups, and then the animators animating it.
That's awesome.
Yep. So my personal favorite one is a real fake door salesman.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
The second favorite one has to be. It is a tie between Ant My Eyes Johnson and Two Brothers.
No, Two Brothers is ridiculous. I like the Baby Legs one. Is
Baby Legs is pretty funny.
when he starts running, he's
that
like, "I'll go
one's-
after." He goes out, he starts running, just takes off after this guy, but he's like, he puts his hands out and runs. He's like an adult torso with baby legs and with a diaper. And when he runs, he's just like he makes like a plane sound while he runs and then falls over.
That's awesome. I really need to watch Rick and Morty.
Yeah, and his his detective partner's name is Normal Legs. I'm pretty sure. It's just like just like an adult male.
And then but that one for me is like tied with Ball Fondlers, which
Ugh.
it's just it's an action movie that kind of looks like The Expendables.
I like it. I like the name Ball Fondlers also.
Yep. They have a parody of I think it's Men of Action. Is it called? The TV show that's like,
Sounds right.
I guess so. They call it Corn of Action. Made of corn.
Of course. Anything else?
Yeah. After that, we watched some Workaholics. I think the entirety of season 5.
Okay.
And because like I was over at my brother's house when we were doing this, we were just putting together furniture,
Okay.
moving
Sure.
stuff in.
That's what I was listening to. Well, you know what I've been listening to, but I was packing up books in my house, which was incredibly boring. So
Right.
But
And
now
then we found out there was a Smosh movie, and we watched that too.
how bad is it?
Yeah, it looks so bad.
pretty
I
bad,
watched
yeah.
the
But
trailer.
it's still funny though.
I don't like Smosh. So
I
it's- like why even? Yeah, I watched the Fred movie, and I was pretty much set on all YouTuber movies from that point on.
Yep, good call.
Gave me everything I needed right there.
Yeah.
Although the amount of John Cena in the Fred movie was pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, John Cena plays Fred's dad.
What?
Yeah. Not fucking kidding.
John Cena, he's got to have other things to do than be in the Fred movie.
Nope.
Yeah, he's busy being a meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
weird
big
that,
money for that, right?
15 years later, John Cena's a meme. How the fuck did that happen?
It's John Cena.
And like it's like it like blows up. People I know who have like didn't even know who John Cena was like 3 years ago are like, yo, this shit is hilarious.
It is great. Ever since I watched that fucking Scooby Doo thing where John Cena comes out of nowhere and then throws a boulder.
Was that? Hold on. Was that real?
That was an actual episode of Scooby Doo.
They were like
Like,
WWE.
when was that made?
I don't know, like
Couple years ago.
2014, 2013, yeah. Fucking whatever, man. It's John Cena. Do 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 do.
Wait, what was his name?
I remember when his
John
gimmick
Cena.
was he was just a white rapper. I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He got beat up by Brock Lesnar. I remember that shit.
yeah, man.
You
The
can't
good old
see
He
days.
just wore like panties to the ring and like sneakers. It was weird.
Scott, is that it?
Yeah, that's about it.
Jarrett, you Netflix and chilling anything?
I don't watch TV.
Okay.
The
You
fuck
listen
is
to
wrong
music?
with you?
Do you
Yeah, it's
read
like all
books?
Jacob and I do. That's
Yeah.
our
Do
video
you,
game.
do you consume alternative media to games?
Jared, watch the OC.
Yes. Yeah, exactly what I'm gonna do. Watch the fucking news.
Jared, if you watch the OC, I would want to have just podcast of me and you just. I want you to guess what an episode of OC is like. Watch that episode, and then we'll have a podcast before and after, and I want to see how your mind changes.
Terrible.
That would
I'll
be
give you the
amazing.
title, and then you'll say, "Okay, you're gonna break down a 40-minute episode.
Here's
You're gonna watch it."
I'm gonna just spitball an episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll know exactly what happens because you're fucking skilled at this shit. Jacob got to meet Seth Cohen, man. Like, whatever.
Oh really?
Yeah. It's fucking
Yeah.
bullshit.
I've
Well, Jesus. Got a lot
Jeez.
of dogs.
books and comic book.
Books count.
Everyone should read Secret Wars.
My roommate actually just finished reading Secret Wars.
Secret Wars 6 came out this week.
Oh,
and
not the new Secret Wars, the original.
Secret Wars has been
No.
fucking good. I haven't read 6
Secret Wars
yet.
is really fucking good.
But yeah.
And you don't really need to have the
Context.
years of context to really get it. They will explain everything you need to know about Secret Wars within the 6 or 7 or the 8 issues it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Cool. I like it. I may check it out, although I'm behind on my comic reading, so since I don't have them with me, I think they're packed up. So, Navashin?
Still haven't really been watching much of anything lately. I guess the only thing I really talk about is like I still read Bleach every fucking week and still hate every moment that I read it.
Still hate it every second.
It's so fucking it's so bad now.
In
Is
a
it-
bad way. Okay. I was like, in a good way you hate it or in a bad way?
No.
In a bad way.
Bad.
like it's like
You just keep reading because you're so invested in it at this point.
Well, you've read like what 300 what odd issues of it or whatever.
well, I'll tell you the number right now.
Speaking
Oh,
of,
excuse me.
Scott has been encouraging me to read a whole lot of One Piece.
646.
I'm okay. So how have I been encouraging you to do this?
Because you didn't tell me no, and that's what you should have done.
Have you read a whole bunch of One Piece, Tony?
Oh, yeah.
God damn it.
And there's still like 900 more to go.
Is that Naruto series still going? Navashin?
What, the manga?
Yeah.
No, it did when we read it.
Yeah, no, I mean like because they were doing that like.
Oh, the
Epilogue
spin-off thing off
series.
it? Oh yeah, that was only like 7 chapters or something like that.
So I only
so-
read the first chapter, and I was like, oh, if they're gonna do this, I'll just wait till it's over.
Yeah, it's already over, bro.
Okay. I'll go.
Because that leads into the movie, and then I guess it'll end with that or start a new series with that. So
I'm really excited about that last Naruto movie.
I think that already came out.
It's out in Japan, but it's actually coming to North American theaters.
Oh, that's cool.
It's gonna be Japanese with English subtitles. So
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it's actually really cool. Dragon Ball Z changed some shit apparently.
Apparently.
Dragon Ball Super.
Well, let me finish with Bleach.
Okay.
Like the way Naruto just turned that all around, because like Naruto was at a really bad period too. It was like the shit was felt draggy, like we were introducing new stuff and like multiples on multiple stuff too, and like but eventually when it got to like the ending part, like it just turned everything around, and like even though like some characters were dying near the end, like in the end the ending was solid, the ending was good, like it felt like everything that you that was built from the beginning, that got to the end, like everything mattered and everything felt really good when it got to the end. With Bleach though, like they kill characters like left and right now, and like it's like I don't even give a shit anymore. Like, even some of my favorite characters who died in the series, like it's just like it's like there's no emotion anymore. Like it should have ended when they beat Aizen the first time, and it's just like. I mean, and some people will say like, "Oh, after Rescue Yukiya, that's where like that was the high part. That was like the highest Bleach has ever gotten," which is true. That's when it was the most popular and the most like it made most. I guess you could say made the most sense, and like it was like that was the highest of its popularity. And like, yeah, after Rescue Rukia, that's true. But like, the stuff after that, like, with like meeting Grimjaw and the around cards and like all that other shit too, and like eventually fighting them, that was like really interesting too. And like with Ichigo like beating Aizen and then like he just becoming a normal human, and like having to deal with that because like that was like a big tragedy for him that he couldn't be Shinigami anymore, and like like eventually he got it back because of like the series after that. But like I thought that would have been like a good ending to it, the way that ended. But like it's just like it's just so much crap is happening now. And like and Ichigo's like, oh, I'm a Shinigami, but I'm also part Quincy, I'm also part Hollow, I'm also part Rancor, I'm also part this, I'm part that. It's just so much just BS now, and like it doesn't like like one of my favorite characters got brought back to life, and which is like okay, and then this is like it doesn't even matter anymore. Like I don't even care.
So it's like Dragon Ball Z.
No,
Where you're like, oh man, there's a Super Saiyan. That's neat. That's never happened before until every fucking episode after this.
Yeah, but like Dragon Ball Z up to that point was so good.
Dragon Ball Super though has been getting weird though. Like it's definitely a modern anime in like almost all of that sense too. Cause like maybe this is me being like like
Nitpicky.
Not really nitpicky, but me being old. And like like back in my day, anime used to be like this. Now animes are all like this, and all the other
cheeseburgers
bullshit.
for a nickel, and Vegeta wasn't a Super Saiyan.
But like like this is like this is more than ever where you can see something being dragged out. Like this is just getting dragged. This fight with him and Beerus, they're still fighting, I believe. Like
Jeez.
and like they've been fighting for like the past like maybe 4 weeks now, him and Goku. So like. And then, like, I guess before it doesn't, because like me and my friends always joke about like, oh, like there's a whole episode of Dragon Ball Z where you just wait for the smoke clears and then the next episode they fight or something bullshit like that. Like yeah, it's funny and it's somewhat true, but like it's more than that. There's emotions there, like there's just conversations. Like I get that part, so like that stuff didn't bother me all that much, but like with this one, this is like this just feels like that whole like 100 episodes of Naruto fillers. It's just like it just feels so dragged out and so unnecessary. It's just weird. The movies are just so much better in comparison. Like not because they're shorter or something like that, just because like they get everything they need to say and get every moment. And no moment was wasted in those movies. I felt like this one is like they're just taking every opportunity just to waste them. So that's kind of depressing. But I'm still watching that. I'm still getting into it. I haven't watched it in like the last 3 weeks. I should watch it like probably today. But like I guess that's about it. Like other than that dumb stuff that I've been doing, like I haven't really been watching anything. I think like today I just read up on like what the next season of Adventure Time is going to be. Is about talk about Marlene's Past, which is or Marceline's Past, which is awesome. But
Yeah.
other than that, yeah, there's nothing. Like I don't watch anything anymore. It's like almost a sad, depressing thing. But yeah, that's me.
I'll say Sky Hill put out their first single in 8 years. Sky Hill is the band that Dan Avedon of Game Grumps is one of his indie bands from back in 2007, 2006. So they put out an album in 2007 called Run with the Hunted. It's like maybe my favorite album of all time, just because of the subject matter that it covers. And they actually put out a single this week called Firefly. It's the first piece of music that they've put out since 2007. So,
speaking of Game Grumps, I've actually been watching them. I've been watching all the Super Mario Maker ones, and like just for one day, like for some reason, like I saw they did Sonic Adventure, and then I just spent an entire day just watching that entire series. So
Pretty good.
I have yet to watch any. Like, I've watched the first 10 episodes of Sonic Adventure, but I'm like way behind on Game Grumps. I'm not too worried about it. Because
when you get to Big the Cat is when it's just like everything is just like
it
everything
starts to
just
fall apart.
it's so good when it gets to that part. But
If you ever have a
Like-
whole lot of time and nothing better to do with it, go watch the Mario 64.
Yeah, Mario
That
64
series
is
is
fucking
pretty good.
amazing. And same with Mario Sunshine. 64 more so, just because Aaron gets so angry at that game.
He's so mad.
But I guess that's it for Netflix and chilling.
And keep the music on.
Just
So now we
keep the
start-
porno
now,
music
now
going.
we, now we start the chilling part, right?
And now we all have sex.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really
This
awkward
This is the
for
part where we
everyone
start
that's...
the live stream.
It's going to be a really shitty sex scene.
What up, YouTube?
That's the show. Thank you, everyone, for watching and
3
or
hours.
listening. We very much appreciate it. Thank you, Jarrett and Jacob, for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
I hope our reunion was worthwhile.
I feel like we nailed it.
This will definitely be the longest podcast you had this year.
Yeah, we've been like doing pretty well on length, but anytime Jarrett comes on, you know it's got to go long.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
because he's black.
Not mean.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of sexual tension in this podcast too.
Yeah.
People are going to realize it's bubbling to the surface.
It's bubbling to the surface. Tony's already taken all of his clothes off, like I said he would. He just turned his camera off.
Yep.
So, thank you, Danny Wiesner, for our opening music of Two Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. Go check him out if you haven't already. He's working on new music that I'm very excited about, so stay tuned.
He's got something on the show we talk about.
Yeah, maybe he will. Maybe I should ask.
So
Maybe I
confident.
should tease like I already had this shit locked down already. This idea right now.
Yeah, probably. Thank you, Jarrett, again, for being as lovely as always. And thank you, Jacob, for being my spoiler in crime.
Mm-hmm.
Stay tuned. Jacob and I are going to be spoiling Life is Strange episode 5 very, very soon.
And by that we mean we're both going to be crying on camera for 45 minutes to an hour, and then we're just going to turn it off.
Want to watch some grown men cry?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's going to be great. But we're
Are
going to
you?
have.
Are we
tons
all
of-
committed doing it as soon as it comes out that day, or?
Probably the day after.
Yeah.
That's the goal. Or the Thursday after. So 2 days after. So
All
we'll
right,
see.
so I'll just keep my mouth closed for 2 days.
Yep, there you go. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Nabshin, as always, for joining me. I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your games, stay rational, and go read a book. We'll talk to you all.
God damn.
Listen to Twilight.
Listen to Twilight. We'll talk to you all next week.
What a way to close that show.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, titles.
Tell me about Titless.
Do I
Got
keep
it.
this thing going?
Yeah, you want
yes.
to keep recording.
You got Happy Columbo Day. Some might say it picked up steam right into a brick wall. The Beard Regiment were optimized, but May. And I put a strike through this one for you guys. Double entendres.
No, yeah. Burn that shit up.
That has to be it.
If that's the title, I'm going to break the internet.
It's okay. I'm not voting for it. And we got at least 3 against, which means
His name
we
is
win.
Risei. That was solid.
That's right.
We should play Evolve. I was in one of those small town spooky kind of moods.
I wanted to bring up that soundbite for later because one of the titles is this.
But I'm going to do it right now. So
Your boots are on the floor. Do you want to play Pudge Wars with me?
No.
Thanks, O Drama.
Hey, fuck you.
When
Thanks,
Scott
Drama.
talks Kingdom Hearts, the internet sighs. Don't feel
Jared
guilty
sighs.
killing anything white. Alex always Paragon O'Neill. A relevant sex scene. Hashtag the reunion. Adult teen angst. Someone whose name.
Twice is better than once.
And listening to Twilight.
the John Cena one would only work if it would just redirect people to a video of John Cena.
No one.
Yeah. I like the reunion.
Too.
I think we lived up to it. Or no, double entendres. Excuse me.
Fucking burn that shit.
What do you like, Jacob? What's your favorite title?
I don't care. You can do the entendre. J straight.
No, you like the reunion. All
Yeah.
right. Listen, I want
We
your
collect
vote to
votes
matter.
here.
Yeah.
Everyone must vote.
Everyone must
I'm going reunion then.
Jarrett.
I don't know. I'm still working.
Okay.
I'm back.
Whoa.
Whoa, Scott. Scott, no.
Yeah.
Control Z.
What happened?
Scott just fucking everything.
Scott fucked everything up. Nabishin, what did you say?
Skip me for a second. I'm still looking.
All right, Tony.
God, no, I don't know. Everyone's skipping. I feel like I jumped in too quick. I didn't give it enough thought.
I'm gonna need some time.
Oh my God. All of you?
I'm picking the reunion or relevant sex scene.
I'm gonna pick "Don't Feel Guilty Killing Anything White."
Irrelevant sex scene's actually really good.
Okay.
You say that one. I don't remember that one. I think I blacked out.
An irrelevant sex scene or the reunion. I could go.
I do like irrelevant sex.
I like the idea of irrelevant sex scene being the title for a podcast.
Because that's really what this was, is a 3.5-hour relevant sex scene.
Exactly. There's a lot of sexual tension, as you said. Don't feel guilty killing anything white's also pretty good. Is that what you said, Tony?
I said that one or the sex scene one.
Nabishin.
Sex scene's fine. I'm good with that.
All right. I'm gonna let our guests handle this
All right.
in however discretion they want. Jacob, do you want to say the episode number?
Sure.
Okay, I can write it out. You just need to say this is Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 248.
I can probably remember that.
You can remember that? Jarrett, are you okay with saying the episode title?
Oh, I'm gonna say the shit it is.
Oh, no, I wanted to... Damn it, I wanted... All right, fine.
No, listen, man, if you want
Yes, snap a pool cue in half, toss it between us, we'll figure this out.
And remember, there's always that little third part that you're allowed to inject.
Scott, I've got the third part covered, don't worry.
You've got it? All right.
Wait, what's episode 248?
248.
Did I just go whenever, or when you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever, or yeah, when you say?
Yeah, whenever you want, man. Jarrett will follow your lead.
All right, you ready, Jarrett? You ready to tag team this bitch?
Uh-huh.
In a relevant sex scene style?
Yup.
This is Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 248.
A relevant sex scene.
And his name is John C.
This is shitty.
So shitty.
This is shitty.
This whole thing is terrible.
This is the fucking dumpster fire that I was on.
You can stop recording.
So that whole thing till right then was the bumper.
That was maybe my favorite last 5 minutes of a podcast we've ever
Stop recording.
You can stop recording. To our video viewers, thank you for fucking sticking around with this one.
You did.
Apologies.
You did good.